Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hello. I'm here now. Got myself something to drink. Gotta have something, you know. Hey, OAS, how's it going? Gotta keep that throat wet, you know. Gotta keep it lubricated for reading. Sounded dirty. Just a little bit. But how's everyone doing today? Hope you had a good weekend. And I hope you guys are excited. Because I definitely am. Because this book has been absolutely amazing. do, 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 do. Sonic Clonch. It's on a birthday. Oh damn, let's go. The tower defense games, and I'm confused how much a single skill does different. It's crazy sometimes. You think like, oh, like 2-3%, it won't make much of a difference or something, but like I can do so much. How's Nia? Nia's been going well. We're gonna maybe continue later today after some reading. I got very fucking bored yesterday, and I watched an entire 6.5 long video of the entire Nier timeline from Drakengard all the way to Nier Automata. And how they like go into each other. It's it's something for sure. Oh my god. The fact I sat through all those 6.5 hours. Bad trap does like 20 damage when a trap does 2 per shot. But that repairing a door wins levels wild. Damn. Yeah, it's crazy what Yoko Taro has fucking built with that universe. Oh my god. But I might have to postpone the farming for like all the upgrades for the weapons and stuff for the next run because I can't get some of the items now. After we destroyed the village in the main story, I can't farm there anymore. I don't even know. Where are we at in the book now? Don't we just jump back to the past right now? Yeah, right. We're jumping back to France 1720 now. Right. We're back in Paris. All right. Are you guys excited for the book? I totally am, that's for sure. I had to wait an entire week to continue this. I wanted to continue this on my own so bad. I really wanted to. Oh my god. I did not want to put the book down. I wanted to continue reading until I was done. But goddamn. Transdimension destroyed me. Had to drop to level 80. Still was fighting for my life. Thanks to Dia tanking. Yeah, those boss fights can be pretty strong. I remember I don't think I struggled a lot at Raiden, but Senora gave me a lot of struggle in the beginning. That's for sure. Oh yeah, guys, I finally, yesterday, it's not perfect, definitely not perfect, but I can finally take a break from Emily's stupid artifact domain. I got an onset dendro damage goblet with crit damage on it. It rolled only like 13% crit damage, no crit rate. But at least I have a full 4-piece set now with an onset goblet. And I have like a 55 226 crit ratio or something on her. Which I'm fine with right now. I don't want to farm this domain anymore. I want to do something else. What's next? Either I'm farming some money for now because I am like hovering over 1 million more the entire time now. Or Fremine. Probably Fremine. Especially now is a good time for me to actually start building Fremine because in a dev update they said that they're going to buff certain reactions. And like they're gonna buff the damage on certain reactions, and Shatter and Superconduct, which is both what I use in my team for Femine, will get buffed. It's gonna be Shatter, Superconduct, Electrocharge, and Overloaded that are getting buffed in 5.2. So fuck yeah. So I'm probably gonna be working on my Femine now. Which will probably gonna take another like 5 months or something. Knowing me and my luck. But I'm down for it because I really want to start playing Fremine. Fremine is really fun to play. He may not be the strongest, but he's really fun. And he benefits a lot from shattering due to one of his passives as well. And then, I mean, Superconduct is kind of just has to be in there anyway because it reduces the enemy's physical res. So why would I not put Superconduct in there as well? So that's why I'm probably gonna have Beto in that team. It's gonna be a fun team. It's gonna be really interesting to play him. They're putting that Neuvillette in 5.2. Yeah. What is crazy to me now, actually, though, is the fact that Neuvillette is getting a second rerun before Risley gets a single one, and Risley and Neuvillette came out on the same patch. Like, what the fuck? Well, I mean, Lily's gonna be happy that Zhongli is getting a rerun now, I guess, but oh my god. Risley, like any cryo unit, they just don't get any love. I would assume that the next cryo character we're gonna be getting anytime soon is gonna be Citlali, because I know that Citlali is supposed to be a cryo character. But like, where are the cryo reruns? Where's Shenhe? Where's Ayaka? Where's Ganyu? Even though I wouldn't play Ayaka or Ganyu. Where's Risley? Where are them all? Yeah, I mean, it seems like Chaska is gonna be pretty strong as well. And Auroron has some interesting mechanics to him, being an basically like an electrocharge character. So we'll see how that goes, that's for sure. I'm definitely down for it. Not sure if I'm gonna get them, because I'm probably gonna save now and see if I could maybe try and get Neuvillette's weapon. He's on second half, so I have some time. But I might try and go for Neuvillette's weapon. Just to make my Neuvillette even more funny. It's like, why not just have 300% crit damage Neuvillette? Sounds about accurate, you know? All right. Well, guys. Are you guys ready for the book? I am so ready. Enough yapping beforehand. Time to yap about the book. We got book to go through. A lot of book to go through. We're only like halfway, so. It was starting off in France, July 29th, 1720. So that's another anniversary of her becoming quote unquote cursed, I guess. Yeah. Okay. The stage is set. The place is ready. Addie smooths the linen on the table, arranges the porcelain plates, the cups, not crystal, but still glass. Wait, I skipped a page. and draws the dinner from its hamper. It is no 5-course meal, served by glamored hands. Which page are you on? We're now at page 188. It is no 5-course meal, served by glamorous hands, but it is fresh and hearty fare. A loaf of bread, still warm, a wedge of cheese, a pork terrine, a bottle of red wine. She is proud of her collection, prouder still of the fact that she had no magic, save the curse, by which to gather it, could not simply cut her gaze, say a word, and will it so. It is not only the table, it is the room. No stolen chamber, no beggar's hovel, a place for now at least to call her own. It took 2 months to find, a fortnight to fix up, but it was worth it. From the outside it is nothing, cracked glass and warping wood. And it's true, the lower floors have fallen into disrepair, home now only to the rodents and the occasional stray cats, and in winter crowded with bodies seeking any form of shelter. But it is the height of summer now, and the city's poor have taken to the streets. And Addie has claimed the top floor for herself, boarded up the stairs and carved a way in and out through an upper window, like a child in a wooden fort. It is an unconventional entrance, but it is worth it for the room beyond, where she has made herself a home. A bed piled high with blankets, a chest filled with stolen clothes. The windowsill brims with trinkets, glass and porcelain and bone, gathered and assembled like a line of makeshift birds. In the middle of the narrow room, a pair of chairs set before a table covered in pale linen, and in its center, a bundle of flowers, picked in the night. Picked in the night from a royal garden and smuggled out into the folds of her skirt. And Addie knows none of it will last. It never does. A breeze will somehow steal away the totems on her mantle. It will be a fire or a flood. The floor will give way, or the secret home will be found and claimed by someone else. And some cleaning around the house. Keep up the background noise, please. I'll try my best. But she has guarded the pieces this past month, gathered and arranged them one by one to make a semblance of a life. And if she's being honest, it's not only for herself. It is for the darkness. It is for Luke. Or rather, it is to spite him, to prove that she is living, she is free. That Addie will give him no hold, no way to mock her with his charity. The first round was his, but the second will be hers. And so she has made her home, and readied it for company. Fastened up her hair and dressed herself in russet silk. The color of fall leaves, even singed herself into a corset despite her loathing of bone stays. She has had a year to plan, to design the posture she will strike, and as she straightens up the room, she turns Barb's over in her mind, sharpening the weapons of her discourse. She imagines his thrusts and her parries, the way his eyes will lighten or darken as the conversation turns. "You have grown teeth," he said, and Addie will show him how sharp they have become. The sun has gone down now, and all that is left to do is to wait. An hour passes, and her stomach growls with want as the bread goes cold in its cloth. But she doesn't allow herself to eat. Instead, she leans out the window and watches the city, the shifting lights of lanterns being lit. And he doesn't come. She pours herself a glass of wine and paces as the stolen candles drip, and wax pools on the table linen, and the night grows heavy. The hours, first late and then early. And still, he doesn't come. The candles gutter and snuff themselves out, and Addie sits in the dark as the knowledge settles over her. The night has passed, the first threads of daylight creeping into the sky, and it is tomorrow now, and their anniversary is over. And 5 years have become 6 without his presence, without his face, without his asking if she's had enough. And the world slips because it is unfair, it is cheating, it is wrong. He was supposed to come. That was the nature of their dance. She did not want him there. He has never wanted it, but she expected it. He has made her expect it, has given her a single threshold on which to balance, a narrow precipice of hope. Because he is a hated thing, but a hated thing is still something. The only thing she has. And that is the point, of course. That is the reason for the empty glass, the barren plate, the unused chair. She gazes out the window and remembers the look in his eyes when they toasted, the curve of his lips when they declared war, and realizes what a fool she is, how easily baited. And suddenly, the whole tableau seems gruesome and pathetic, and Addie can't bear to look at it, can't breathe in her red silk. She tears at the laces of the corset, pulls the pins from her hair, frees herself from the confines of her dress, sweeps the settings from the table, and dashes the now empty bottle against the wall. Glass bites into her hand, and the pain is sharp and real, the sudden scald of a burn without the lasting scar. And she does not care. In moments, her cuts have already closed. The glasses and bottle lie whole. Once she thought it was a blessing, this inability to break, but now the impotence is maddening. She ruins everything, only to watch it shudder, mocking, back together, return like a set at the beginning of the show. But Addie screams. Anger flares inside her, hot and bright. Anger at Luke, anger at herself. But it is giving way to fear and grief and terror. Because she must face another year alone. A year without hearing her name. Without seeing herself reflected in anyone's eyes. Without a night's respite from this curse. A year or 5 or 10. And she realizes then how much she'd leaned on it. The promise of his presence, because without it, she's falling. She sinks to the floor among the ruins of her night. It will be years before she sees the sea, the waves crashing against the jagged white cliffs. And then she will remember Luke's goading words. Even rocks wear away to nothing. Addie falls asleep just after dawn, but it is fitful and brief and full of nightmares. And when she wakes to see the sun high over Paris, she cannot bring herself to rise. She sleeps all the day and half the night, and when she wakes, the shattered thing in her has set again, like a badly broken bone, some softness hardened. Enough, she tells herself, rising to her feet. Enough, she repeats, feasting on the bread, now stale, the cheese wilted from the heat. Enough. There will be other dark nights, of course, other wretched dawns, and her resolve will always weaken a little as the days grow long and the anniversary draws near, and the treacherous hope slips in like a draft. But the sorrow has faded, replaced by stubborn rage, and she resolves to kindle it, to shield and nurture the flame, until it takes far more than a single breath to blow it out. And now we're jumping back to New York, March 13th, 2014, for a very short, a brief moment. Henry Strauss walks home alone through the dark. Addie, he thinks, turning the name over in his mouth. Addie, he looked at him and saw a boy with dark hair, kind eyes, an open face. Nothing more and nothing else. A cold gust blows, and he pulls his coat close and looks up at the starless sky and smiles. And that is the end of part 2. Or, well, chapter 2 then, I guess. Now we're going over to part 3, which is called 300 Years and 3 Words. Where we are starting... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and now we're jumping back into France. Now the year 1724 on their anniversary, on July 29th. So 4 years after the last one. Freedom is a pair of trousers and a buttoned coat, a man's tunic and a tricorn hat. If only she had known. The darkness claimed he'd given her freedom, but really, there's no such thing for a woman. Not in a world where they are bound up inside their clothes and sealed inside their homes. A world where only men are given leave to roam. Addie saunters up the street, a stolen basket hooked over the elbow of her coat. Nearby, an old woman stands in her doorway, beating out a rug. And laborers lounge on cafe steps, and none of them so much as blink, because they do not see a woman walking alone. They see a young man, barely more than a youth, dawdling in the dying light. They do not think how strange, how scandalous it is to see her strolling. They do not think anything at all. To think, Addie might have saved her soul and simply asked for these clothes. It has been 4 years now without a visit from the dark. 4 years, and at the dawn of every one, she swears she will not waste the time she has in waiting. But it is a promise she cannot fully keep. For all her effort, Addie is like a clock wound together, wound tighter as the days draw near. A coiled spring that cannot loosen until dawn. And even then, it is a grim unwinding, less relief than resignation. The knowledge that it will start again. 4 years, 4 winters, 4 summers, 4 visitless nights. The other ones, at least, are hers, to spend as she likes. But no matter how she tries to pass the time, this one belongs to Luke, even when he's not there. And yet she will not declare it forfeit, will not sacrifice the hours as if they are already lost, already his. Addie passes a group of men and tips her hat in greeting, uses the gesture to pull the tricorn lower on her own brow. Day has not quite given way to night, and in the long summer light, she is careful to keep her distance, knowing the illusion will falter under scrutiny. She could have waited an hour longer and been safe within the veil of night, but the truth is she could not bear the stillness, the creeping seconds of the clock. Not tonight. Tonight she has decided to celebrate her freedom, to climb the steps of Sacré-Cœur, sit at the top of the pale stone stairs, the city at her feet, and have a picnic. The basket swings from her elbow, brimming with food. Her fingers have gotten light and quick with practice, and she has spent the last several days assembling her feast. A loaf of bread, a side of cured meat, a wedge of cheese, and even a palm-sized jar of honey. Honey, an indulgence Addie hasn't had since Villon. where Isabel's father kept a row of hives and skimmed the amber syrup out for markets, leaving them to suck on rinds of honeycomb until their fingers were stained with sweetness. Now she holds her bounty to the waning light, lets the setting sun turn the contents gold. The man comes out of nowhere. A shoulder knocks into her arm, and the precious jar slips from her hands and shatters on the cobbled street. And for an instant, Addie thinks that she's being attacked or robbed. But the stranger's already stammering out his apologies. You fool! She hisses, attention flicking from the golden syrup, now glittering with glass, to the man who caused her loss. He's young and fair and lovely, with high cheeks and hair the color of her ruined honey. And he's not alone. His companions hang back, whooping and cheering at his mistake. They have the happy air of those who began their evening revels back at midday. But the errant youth blushes fiercely, clearly embarrassed. My apologies, truly, he begins, but then a transformation sweeps across his face. First surprise and then amusement. She realizes too late how close they are, how clearly the light has fallen on her face. Realizes too late that he has seen through her illusion, that his hand is still there on her sleeve, and for a moment she's afraid he will expose her. But when his companions call for him to hurry on, he tells them to go ahead. And now they are alone on the cobbled street, and Addie is ready to pull free, to run. But there's no shadow in the young man's face, no menace, only a strange delight. Let go, she says, lowering her voice a measure when she speaks, which only seems to please him more, even as he frees her arm with all the speed of someone grazing fire. Sorry, he says again. I forgot myself. And then a mischievous grin. It seems you have too. Not at all, she says, fingers drifting toward the short blade she's kept inside her basket. I have misplaced myself on purpose. The smile widens then, and he drops his gaze and sees the ruined honey on the ground and shakes his head. I must make that up to you, he says. And she's about to tell him not to bother, about to say that it is fine, when he cranes his head down the road and says, "Ah!" and loops his arm through hers as if they are already friends. Come, he says, leading her toward the cafe on the corner. She has never been inside one, never been brave enough to chance it, not alone, not with such a tenuous hold on her disguise. But he draws her on as if it's nothing, and at the last moment, he swings an arm around her shoulders, the weight so sudden and so intimate. She's about to pull away before she catches the edge of a smile and realizes that he has made a game of it, conscripted himself into the service of her secret. Inside, the cafe is a place of energy and life, overlapping voices and the scent of something rich and smoky. Careful now, he says, eyes dancing with mischief. Stay close and keep your head down, or we will be found out. She follows him to the counter, where he orders 2 shallow cups, the contents thin and black as ink. Sit over there, he says, against the wall where the light is not too strong. They fold themselves into a corner seat, and he sets the cups between them with a flourish, turning the handles just so, as he tells her it is coffee. She has heard of the stuff, of course, the current toast of Paris. But when she lifts the china to her lips and takes a sip, she's rather disappointed. It is dark and strong and bitter, like the chocolate flakes she first tasted years ago, only without the edge of sweetness. But the boy stares at her as eager as a pup. And so she swallows and smiles, cradles the cup, and looks out from beneath the brim of her hat, studying the tables of men. Some with their heads bowed close, while others laugh and play at cards, or pass sheafs of paper back and forth. She watches these men and wonders anew at how open the world is to them, how easy the thresholds. Her attention flicks back to her companion, who's watching her with the same unbridled fascination. "What are you thinking?" he asks, "just now." There's no introduction, no formal exchange. He simply dives into the conversation as if they have known each other for years instead of minutes. "I was thinking," she says, "that it must be so easy to be a man." "Is that why you put on this disguise?" "That," she says, "and a hatred of corsets." He laughs, the sound so open and easy, Addie finds a smile rising to her lips. "Do you have a name?" he asks, and she doesn't know if he's asking for her own or if that of her disguise, but she decides on Thomas. Watches him turn the word over like a bite or fruit. "Thomas," he muses. "A pleasure to meet you. My name is Remy Laurent." "Remy," she echoes, tasting the softness, the upturned vowel. It suits him more than Adeline ever suited her. It is young and sweet, and it will haunt her, as all names do, bobbing like apples on the stream. No matter how many men she meets, Remy will always conjure him, this bright and cheerful boy, the kind she could have loved, perhaps, if given the chance. She takes another sip, careful not to hold the cup too gingerly, to lean the weight on her elbow and sit in the unself-conscious way men have when they do not expect anyone to study them. "Amazing," he marvels. "You have studied my sex well." "Have I?" "You are a splendid mimic." Addie could tell him that she's had the time to practice, that it has become a kind of game over the years, a way to amuse herself. That she has added a dozen different characters by now, knows the exact differences between a duchess and a marchioness, a docksman and a merchant. But instead she only says, "We all need ways to pass the time." He laughs again at that, lifts his cup, but then, between one sip and the next, Remy's attention wanders across the room, and he lands on something that startles him. He chokes on his coffee, color rushing into his cheeks. "What is it?" she asks. "Are you well?" Remy coughs, nearly dropping the cup as he gestures to the doorway where a man has just walked in. "Do you know him?" she asks, and Remy sputters. "Don't you? The man there is Monsieur Voltaire." She shakes her head a little. The name means nothing. Remy draws a parcel from his coat, a booklet, thin, with something printed on the cover. She frowns at the cursive title, has only managed half the letters, when Remy flips the booklet open to show a wall of words printed in elegant black ink. It has been too long since her father tried to teach her, and those were simple letters, loose, handwritten script. Remy sees her studying the page. "Can you read it?" "I know the letters," she admits, "but I haven't the learning to make much sense of them. And by the time I manage a line, I fear I've lost its meaning." Remy shakes his head. "It is a crime," he says, "that women are not taught the same as men. Why, a world without reading, I cannot fathom it. A whole long life without poems or plays or philosophers, Shakespeare, Socrates, to say nothing of Descartes. Is that all? She teases. And Voltaire, he goes on. Of course. Voltaire, and essays, and novels. She does not know the word. A single long story, he explained. Something of pure invention, filled with romance or comedy or adventure. She thinks of the fairy tales her father told her. Growing up, the stories Estelle spun of old gods. But this novel that Remy speaks of sounds like it encompasses so much more. She runs her fingers over the page of the proffered booklet, but her attention is on Remy, and his, for the moment, is on Voltaire. Are you going to introduce yourself? Remy's gaze snaps back, horrified. No, not tonight. It is better this way. Think of the story. He sits back in his seat, glowing with joy. See? This is what I love about Paris. You're not from here then? Is anyone? He has come back but to her now. No, I'm from Rennes, a printer's family. But I am the youngest son, and my father made the grave mistake of sending me away to school. And the more I read, the more I thought. And the more I thought, the more I knew I had to be in Paris. Your family didn't mind? Of course they did, but I had to come. This is where the thinkers are. This is where the dreamers live. This is the heart of the world and the head, and it is changing. His eyes dance with light. Life is so brief, and every night in Rennes I'd be in bed and lie awake and think, there's another day behind me. And who knows how few ahead. It is the same fear that forced her into the woods that night, the same need that drove her to her fate. So here I am, he says brightly. I would not be anywhere else. Isn't it marvelous? Addie thinks of the stained glass and the locked doors, the gardens and the gates around them. It can be, she says. Ah, you think me an idealist? Addie lifts the coffee to her lips. I think it comes more easily to men. It does, he admits, before nodding at her attire. And yet, he says with an impish grin, you strike me as someone not easily restrained. Aut viam inveniam aut faciam, and so on. She does not know Latin yet, and he does not offer a translation. But a decade from now, she will look up the words and learn their meaning. To find a way or make your own. And she will smile then. A ghost of the smile he has managed to win from her tonight. He blushes. I must be boring you. Not at all, she says. Tell me, does it pay to be a thinker? Laughter bubbles out of him. No, not very well. But I'm still my father's son. He holds out his hands, palms up, and she notices the echo of ink along the lines of his palms, staining the whorls of his fingers, the way charcoal used to stain her own. It is good work, he says. But under his words, a softer sound, the rumble of his stomach. Addie had almost forgotten the shattered jar, the ruined honey. But the rest of the feast sits waiting at her feet. Have you ever climbed the steps of Sacré-Cœur? And now, we're making a lot of jumps really quick right now, because we're jumping back to New York, March 15th, 2014. So it's now the day after her and Henry had that like meeting. Okay. After so many years, Addie thought she'd come to terms with time. She thought she'd made her peace with it, or that they'd found a way to coexist. You should read an entire book in French and listen to it. God, no. Not friends by any means, but at least no longer enemies. And yet, the time between Thursday night and Saturday afternoon is merciless. Every second doled her out with the care of an old woman counting pennies to pay for the bread. Not once does it seem to quicken. Not once does she lose track of it. She can't seem to spend it or waste it or even misplace it. The minutes inflate around her, an ocean of undrinkable time between now and then. Between here and the store, between her and Henry. She spent the last 2 nights at a place in Prospect Park, a cozy 2-bedroom with a bay window belonging to Gerard, a children's book writer she met one winter. A king-size bed, a pile of blankets, the soft, hypnotic tick of the radiator, and still she could not sleep. Could not do anything but count and wait, and wish that she had said tomorrow, had only to bear 1 day instead of 2. 300 years she's managed to suffer time, but now there's a present and a future. Now there's something waiting ahead. Now she cannot wait to see the look on Henry's face, to hear her name on his lips. Addie showers until the water goes cold, dries and styles her hair 3 different ways, sits on the kitchen island, tossing kernels of cereal up into the air, trying to catch them on her tongue, as the clock on the wall inches forward from 10:13 a.m. to 10:14 a.m. Addie groans. She isn't supposed to meet Henry until 5 p.m., and time is slowing a little more with every minute, and she thinks she might lose her mind. It has been so long since she felt this kind of boredom. The stir-crazy inability to focus. And it takes all her morning to realize she isn't bored at all. She's nervous. Nervous. Like tomorrow, a word for things to have not happened yet. A word for futures, when for so long all she's had are presents. Addie isn't used to being nervous. There's no reason to be when you're always alone, when any awkward moment can be erased by a closed door, an instant apart, and every meeting is a fresh start, a clean slate. The clock reaches 11 a.m. and she decides she cannot stay inside. She sweeps up the few fallen pieces of leftover cereal, sets the apartment back the way she found it, and heads out onto the late Brooklyn morning. Flits between boutiques, desperate for distraction, assembling a new outfit because for once, the one she has won't do. It is after all the same one she wore before. Before. Another word that's lost its shape. Addie picks out pale jeans and a pair of black silk flats, a top with a plunging neckline, shrugs the leather jacket over the top, even though it doesn't match. It's still the one piece she cannot bear to leave. Unlike the ring, it won't come back. Addie lets an enthusiastic girl in a makeup store sit her down on a stool and spend an hour applying various highlighters, liners, shades. And when it's over, the face in the mirror is pretty, but wrong. The warm brown of her eyes cooled by the smoky shadow around them. Her skin too smooth. The 7 freckles hidden by a matte foundation. Luke's voice rises up like fog against the reflection. I would rather see clouds. God, I'm struggling trying to do that voice right now. Rather see clouds blot out the stars. Okay, something is... why am I struggling with that right now? Anyway. Addie sends the girl off in search of coral lipstick. And the moment she's alone, Addie wipes the clouds away. Somehow she manages to shave off hours until it is 4 p.m. But she's outside the bookstore now, buzzing with hope and fear. So she forces herself to circle the block, to count the paving stones, to memorize each and every shop in front of it. Until it's 4:45 p.m. and she cannot bear it anymore. 4 short steps, 1 open door, and a single leaden fear. What if? What if they spent too long apart? What if the cracks have filled back in, the curse sealed around her once again? What if it was just a fluke, a cruel joke? What if? Addie holds her breath, opens the door and steps in. But Henry isn't there. Instead, there's someone else behind the counter. It is the girl. The one from the other day who sat folded in a leather chair, the one who called his name when Henry ran out to catch Addie on the curb. Now she leans against the till, paging through a large book full of glossy photos. The girl is a work of art, strikingly pretty, dark skin draped in silver threads, a sweater slouching off one shoulder. She looks up at the sound of the bell. Can I help you? Addie falters, knocked off balance by a vertigo of want and fear. I hope so, she says. I'm looking for Henry. The girl stares at her, studying her. Then, a familiar voice comes from the back. Bea, do you think this looks... Henry rounds the corner, smoothing his shirt, and trails off when he sees Addie. For an instant, a fraction of a moment, she thinks it is over. That he has forgotten, and she's alone again. The thin spell made days before snipped like a stray thread. But then Henry smiles and says, You're early. And Addie is dizzy with air, with hope, with light. Sorry, she says, a little breathless. Don't be. I see you've met Beatrice. Bea, this is Addie. She loves the way Henry says her name. Luke used to wield it like a weapon, a knife grazing her skin. But on Henry's tongue, it's a bell, something light and bright and lovely. It rings out between them. Addie, Addie, Addie. Déjà vu, says Bea, shaking her head. You ever meet someone for the first time, but you're sure you've seen them before? Addie almost laughs. Yes. I've already fed Book, says Henry, talking to Bea as he shrugs on his coat. Do not sprinkle any more catnip in the horror section. She holds up her hands, bracelets jingling. Henry turns to Addie with a sheepish grin. You ready to go? They're halfway to the door when Bea snaps her fingers. Baroque, she says. Or maybe neoclassical. Addie stares back, confused. The art periods? The other girl nods. I have this theory that every phase belongs to one. A time, a school. Bea is a postgrad, interjects Henry. Art history, in case you couldn't tell. Henry here is obviously pure romanticism. Our friend Robbie is postmodern. The avant-garde, of course, not the millennialism. But you? She taps a finger to her lips. There's something timeless about you. Stop flirting with my date, says Henry. Date. The word thrills through her. A date is something made, something planned, not a chance of opportunity, but time set aside at one point for another, a moment in the future. Have fun, calls Bea cheerfully. Don't stay out too late. Henry rolls his eyes. Bye, Bea, he says, holding the door. You owe me, she adds. I'm granting you free access to the books. Almost like a library. Not a library, he shouts back. And Addie smiles as she follows him up into the street. It is obviously an inside joke, some shared, familiar thing. And she aches with longing, wonders what it would feel like to know someone that well, for the knowing to go both ways. Wonders if they could have a joke like that, she and Henry. If they can know each other long enough. It is a cold evening and they walk side by side, not intertwined but elbows brushing, each leaning a little into the other's warmth. Addie marvels at it. This boy beside her, his nose burrowed down into the scarf around his throat. Marvels at the slight difference in his manner, the smallest shift in ease. Days ago she was a stranger to him and now she's not. And he's learning her at the same time. At the same rate she's learning him. And it is still the beginning. It is still so new. But they have moved one step along the road between unknown and familiar. A step she has never been allowed to take with anyone but Luke. And yet, here she is with this boy. Who are you, she thinks, as Henry's glasses fog with steam. He catches her looking and winks. Where are we going? She asks when they reach the subway, and Henry looks at her and smiles. A shy, lopsided grin. It's a surprise, he answers as they descend the steps. They take the G train to Greenpoint, backtrack half a block to a nondescript storefront, a wash and fold sign in the window. Henry holds the door, and Addie steps through. She looks around at the washing machines, the white noise hum, and the rinse cycle. The shudder of the spin. It's a laundromat, she says. But Henry's eyes go bright with mischief. It's a speakeasy. A memory lurches through her at the word. And she's in Chicago nearly a century ago. Jazz circling like smoke in the underground bar. The air heavy with the scent of gin and cigars. The rattle of glasses. The open secret of it all. They sit beneath a stained glass window of an angel lifting his cup. And champagne breaks across her tongue. And the darkness smiles against her skin. And draws her onto the floor to dance. And it is the beginning and the end of everything. Addie shudders, drawing herself back. Henry is holding open the door at the back of the laundromat, and she braces herself for a darkened room, a forced retreat into the past. But she's met instead by the neon lights and electronic chime of an arcade game. Pinball, to be precise. The machines line the walls, crammed side by side to make room for the tables and stools at the wooden bar. Addie stares around, bemused. It is not a speakeasy at all, not in the strictest sense. It is simply one thing hidden behind another. A palimpsest in reverse. Well, he asks with a sheepish grin, what do you think? Addie feels herself smiling back, dizzy with relief. I love it. All right, he says, producing a bag of quarters from one pocket. Ready to lose? It's early, but the place is far from empty. Henry leads her to the corner, where he claims a pair of vintage machines and balances a tower of quarters on each. She holds her breath as she inserts the first coin, braces for the inevitable clink of it rolling back into the dish at the bottom. But it goes in, and the game springs to life, emitting a cheerful cacophony of color and sound. Addie exhales, a mixture of delight and relief. Perhaps she's anonymous, the act as faceless as a theft. Perhaps, but in the moment, she doesn't care. She pulls back the lever and plays. How are you so good at pinball? Henry demands as she racks up points. Addie isn't sure. The truth is she's never played before, and it's taken her a few times to get the hang of the game, but now she's found her stride. I'm a fast learner, she says, just before the ball slips between her paddles. High score, announces the game in a mechanical drone. Well done, calls Henry over the noise. Better own your victory. The screen flashes, waiting for her to enter her name. Addie hesitates. Like this, he says, showing her how to toggle the red box between the letters. He steps aside, but when she tries, the cursor doesn't move. The light just flashes over the letter A, mocking. It doesn't matter, she says, backing away, but Henry steps in. New machine, vintage problems. He bumps it with his hip, and the square goes solid around the A. There we go. He's about to step aside, but Addie catches his arm. Enter my name while I grab the next round. It's easier now that the place is full. She swipes a couple of beers from the edge of the counter, weaves back through the crowd before the bartender even turns around. And when she returns, drinks in hand, the first thing she sees are the letters, flashing bright red on the screen. A-D-I. I didn't know how to spell your name, he says. And it's wrong, but it doesn't even matter. Nothing matters but those 3 letters glowing back at her, almost like a stamp, a signature. Swap, says Henry, hands resting on her hips as he guides her over to his machine. Let's see if I can beat that score. She holds her breath and hopes that no one ever will. They play until they run out of quarters and beer, until the place is too crowded for comfort, until they truly can't hear each other over the ring and clash of the games and the shouts of the other people. And then they spill out of the dark arcade. They go back through the too bright laundromat, and then out onto the street, still bubbling with energy. It's dark out now. The sky overhead, a low canopy of dense gray clouds, promising rain. And Henry shoves his hands in his pockets, looks up and down the street. What now? You want me to choose? This is an equal opportunity date, he says, rocking from heel to toe. I provided the first chapter. It's your turn. Addie hums to herself, looking around, summoning a mental picture of the neighborhood. Good thing I found my wallet, she says, patting her pocket. She didn't, of course, but she did liberate a few 20s from the illustrator's kitchen drawer before she left that morning. Judging by the recent profile of him in The Times and the reported size of his latest book deal, Gerald won't miss it. This way. Addie takes off down the sidewalk. How far are we going? He asks 15 minutes later when they're still walking. I thought you were a New Yorker, she teases. But his strides are long enough to match her speed, and 5 minutes later, they round the corner, and there it is. The Nighthawk lights up the darkening street, white bulbs tracing patterns on the brick facade, and the word cinema picked out in red neon light across its front. Addie has been to every movie theater in Brooklyn, the massive multiplexes with their stadium seats and the indie gems with worn-out sofas, had witnessed every mixture of new releases and nostalgia. And the Nighthawk is one of her favorites. She scans the board, buys 2 tickets to a showing of North by Northwest, since Henry says he's never seen it, and takes his hand and leads them down the hall into the dark. There are little tables between each seat with plastic menus and slips of paper to write your order on. She's never been able to order anything, of course. The pencil marks dissolve. The waiter forgets about her as soon as he's out of sight. So she leans in to watch Henry fill out their card, thrilled by the simple potential of the act. The previews ramble on as the seats fill up around them, and Henry takes her hand, their fingers lacing together like links in a chain. She glances over at him, painted in the low theater light. Black curls, high cheekbones, the cupid's bow of his mouth, the flicker of resemblance. It is hardly the first time she's seen look echoed in a human face. You're staring, whispers Henry under the sound of the preview. And Addie blinks. Sorry. She shakes her head. You look like someone I used to know. Uh-oh. Someone you liked, I hope. Not really. He shoots her a look of mock affront, and Addie almost laughs. It was more complicated than that. Love, then? She shakes her head. No. But her delivery is slower, less empathetic. Less emphatic. He was very nice to look at. Henry laughs as the lights dim and the movie starts. A different waiter appears, crouching low as he delivers their food, and she plucks fries from the plate one by one, sinking into the comfort of the film. She glances over to see if Henry's enjoying himself. She's not even looking at the screen. His face, all energy and light an hour before, is a rictus of tension. One knee bounces restlessly. She leans in. You don't like it? Henry flashes a hollow smile. It's fine, he says, shifting in the seat. It's a little slow. It's Hitchcock, she wants to say, but instead she whispers, it's worth it, I promise. Henry twists toward her, brow folding. You've already seen it? Of course Addie has seen it. First in 1959 at a theater in Los Angeles, and then in the 70s, a double feature with his last film, Family Plot, and then again a few years back in Greenwich Village, during a retrospective. Hitchcock has a way of being resurrected, fed back into the cinema system at regular intervals. Yeah, she whispers back, but I don't mind. Henry says nothing, but he clearly does mind. His knee goes back to bouncing, and a few minutes later he's up and out of the seat, walking out into the lobby. Henry, she calls, confused. What is it? What's wrong? She catches up with him as he throws open the theater door and steps out onto the curb. Sorry, he mumbles. Needed some air. But that's obviously not it. He's pacing. Talk to me. His steps slow. I just wish you told me. Told you what? That you'd already seen it. But you hadn't, she says. And I didn't mind seeing it again. I like seeing things again. I don't. He snaps and then deflates. I'm sorry. He shakes his head. I'm sorry. This isn't your problem. He runs his hand through his hair. I just... He shakes his head and turns to look at her. Green eyes glassy in the dark. Do you ever feel like you're running out of time? Wait. Does he have the opposite to her? Where he has a shorter lifespan? Oh my god. Wait, what? Okay. Addie blinks, and it is 300 years ago. And she's back on her knees on the forest floor, hands driving down into the mossy earth as the church bells ring behind her. I don't mean in that normal time flies way, Henry's saying. I mean feeling like it's surging by so fast, and you try to reach out and grab it. You try to hold on, but it just keeps rushing away. And every second, there's a little less time and a little less air. And sometimes, when I'm sitting still, I start to think about it. And when I think about it, I can't breathe. I have to get up. I have to move. He has his arms wrapped around himself, fingers digging into his ribs. It's been a long time since Addie felt that kind of an urgency. But she remembers it well. Remembers the fear so heavy she thought it might crush her. Blink and half your life is gone. I do not want to die as I've lived, born and buried in the same 10-meter plot. Addie reaches out and grabs his arm. Come on, she says, pulling him down the street. Let's go. Where? He asks, and her hand drops to his and holds on tight. To find you something new. Now we're making a jump back to 1724. But what the hell? Oh my god, I love them. Oh my fucking god, I love them. Oh my fucking god. This is so good. Their interactions are just amazing. I love it. I really do. It's so good. Ah. Well, now we're jumping back again. Jumping back to July 29th, 1724. Rémi Laurent is laughter bottled into skin. It spills out of him at every turn. As they walk together through Montmartre, he tips the brow of Addie's hat, plucks at her collar, slings his arm around her shoulders, and inclines his head as if to whisper some salacious secret. Remy delights in being part of her charade, and she delights in having someone to share it with. Thomas, you fool, he jeers loudly when they pass a huddle of men. Thomas, you scoundrel, he calls out as they pass a pair of women, girls really, though wrapped in rogue and tattered lace, at the mouth of an alley. They too take up the call. Thomas, they echo, teasing and sweet. Come be our scoundrel, Thomas. Thomas, come have some fun. They climb the vaulting steps of the Sacré-Cœur, are nearly at the top when Remy stops and spreads his coat to the steps, on the steps gesturing for her to sit. They divide the food between them, and as they eat, she studies her strange companion. Remy is Luke's opposite in every way. His hair is a crown of burnished gold, his eyes a summer blue. But more than that, it's in his manner, his easy smile, his open laugh, the vibrant energy of youth. If one is the thrilling darkness, the other is midday radiance, and if the boy is not quite as handsome, well, that is only because he's human. He's real. Remy sees her staring and laughs. Are you making a study of me for your art? I must say, you have mastered the posture and the manners of a Paris youth. She looks down, realizes she's sitting with one knee drawn up, her arm hooked lazily around her leg. But, adds Remy, I fear you are far too pretty even in the dark. He has moved closer, his hand finding hers. What is your real name? He asks, and now she wishes she could tell him. She tries, thinking maybe just this once the sounds will make it over her tongue. But her voice catches after the A, so instead she changes course and says, Anna. Anna, Remy echoes, trucking a stray lock behind her ear. It suits you. She will use 100 names over the years and countless times. She will hear those words until she begins to wonder at the importance of a name at all. The very idea will begin to lose its meaning, the way a word does when said too many times, breaking down into useless sounds and syllables. She will use the tired phrase as proof that the name does not really matter, even as she longs to say and hear her own. Tell me, Anna, says Remy now. Who are you? And so she tells him, or at least she tries, spells out the whole strange and winding journey, and then, when it does not even reach his ears, she starts again, and tells him another version of the truth. One that skirts the edges of her story, smoothing the rough corners into something more human. Anna's story is a pale shadow of Adeline's, a girl running away from a woman's life. She leaves behind everything she has ever known and escapes to the city disowned, alone but free. Unbelievable, he says. You simply left? I had to, she says, and it is not a lie. Admit it, you think me mad. Indeed, says Remy with a playful grin. The maddest and the most incredible. What courage! I did not feel like courage, Addie says, plucking at the rind of bread. It felt as if I had no choice, as if... The words lodge in her throat, but she isn't sure if it's the curse or simply the memory. It felt as if I died there. Remy nods thoughtfully. Small places make for small lives, and some people are fine with that. They like knowing where to put their feet. But if you only walk in other people's steps, you cannot make your own way. You cannot leave a mark. Oh my god. Okay. Addie's throat tightens. Do you think a life has any value if one doesn't leave some mark upon the world? Oh. That's a tough question for her because she cannot leave a mark on this world. What the hell? This is so good. Remy's expression sobers, and he must read that the sadness in her voice, because he says, I think there are many ways to matter. He plucks the book from his pocket. They are the words of a man. These are the words of a man, Voltaire. But there are also the hands that set the type, the ink that made it readable, the tree that made the paper. All of them matter, though credit goes only to the name on the cover. He has misread her, of course, assumed the question stemmed from a different, more common fear. Still, his words hold weight. Though it will be years before Addie discovers just how much. They fall into silence, and then the quiet waited with their thoughts. The summer heat has broken, given away to a breezy comfort with the thickest part of night. The hour settles on them like a sheet. It is late, he says. Let me walk you home. She shakes her head. You do not have to. But I do, he protests. You may disguise yourself as a man, but I know the truth, and so honor will not let me leave you. The darkness is no place to be alone. He does not know how right he is. Her chest aches at the idea of losing the threat of this night, at the ease beginning to take shape between them. An ease born of hours instead of days or months. But it is something fragile and lovely. Very well, she says, and his smile, when it answers, is pure joy. Lead the way. Lead the way. She has nowhere to take him, but she sets off, in the vague direction of a place she stayed several months before. Her chest tightens a little with every step, because every step brings her closer to the end of this, of them. And when they turn onto the street where she has placed her made-up home, and stop before her imagined door, Remy leans in and kisses her once on the cheek. Even in the dark, she can see him blushing. I would see you again, he says, in daylight or in darkness, as a woman or a man. Please, let me see you again. And her heart breaks because, of course, there is no tomorrow, only tonight. And Addie is not ready for the threat to snap, the night to end. And so she answers, let me walk you home. And when he opens his mouth to protest, she presses on. The darkness is no place to be alone. He meets her gaze, and perhaps he knows her meaning. Or perhaps he is loathing as she to leave this night behind. Because he quickly offers his arm and says, how chivalrous. And they set off together again, laughing as they realize they are retracing their steps, returning the way they came. Welcome back, Jinx. How are you doing? And if the walk to her imagined home was leisurely, the walk to his is urgent, threaded with anticipation. When they reach his lodging house, they do not pretend to say goodbye. He leads her up the stairs, fingers tangled now, steps tripping and breathless. And when they reach his rented room, they do not linger on the threshold. There's a faint catch in her chest at the idea of what comes next. Sex has only been a burden, a necessity of circumstance, some required currency. And she has, up until now, been willing to pay the price. Even now, she's prepared for him to push her down, to shove her skirts out the way, prepared for the longing to break, forced away by the unsubtle act. But he doesn't thrust himself upon her. There's an urgency, yes, but Remy holds it taut as rope between them. He reaches out a single steady hand and lifts the hat from her head, sets it gently on the bureau. His fingers slide up the nape of her neck and through her hair as his mouth finds hers. The kiss is shy and searching. For the first time, she feels no reluctance, no dread, only a kind of nervous thrill. And the tension in the air is laced with breathless hunger. Her fingers fumble for the laces of her trousers, but his own hands move slower, undoing the laces of her tunic, sliding the cloth over her head, unwrapping the muslin bound around her breasts. So much easier than corsets, he murmurs, kissing the skin of her collar. And for the first time since those nights in her childhood back in Villon, Addie feels the heat rising in her cheeks, across her skin, between her legs. Why are we going so much into detail for this now? I mean, yeah, those moments also happened in the other book, but goddamn. Goddamn, okay. Don't question it, keep reading. He guides her back onto the pallet, kisses trailing down her throat, the curve of her breasts, before he frees himself and climbs onto the bed and onto her. She parts around him, breath hitching at the first thrust, and Remy pulls back, just enough to catch her eye, to make sure she's okay, and when she nods, he drops his head to kiss her. And only then does he press on, press in, press deep. I don't think they went, the author went in so much detail in that trilogy when they had like a spicy moment. Okay. Her back arches at the pressure gives way, as that pressure gives way to pleasure, a deep and rolling heat. Their bodies press and move together, and she wishes she could erase those other men, those other nights, their stale breath and awkward bulk, the dull thrusts that ended in a sudden abrupt spasm, where they pulled away. To them, wet was wet and warm was warm, and she was nothing but a vessel for their pleasure. She cannot erase the memory of those other nights, so she decides to become a palimpsest, to let Remy write over the other lines. This is how it should have been. The name Remy whispers in her hair is not her. Whispers in her hair is not hers, but it doesn't matter in this moment. She can be Anna. She can be anyone. Remy's breath quickens as his tempo rises and he presses deeper. And Addie feels herself quicken too, her body tightening around him, driven toward the edge by the rocking of his hips and the blonde curls tumbling into her face. She coils tighter and tighter. And then she comes undone. And a few moments later, so does he. Remy collapses down beside her, but he doesn't roll away. He reaches out and sweeps a lock of hair from her cheek and kisses her temple and laughs. Little more than a smile given sound, but it warms her all the way through. He falls back against the pillow and sleep comes over them. His leaden in the aftermath of pleasure, and hers light, dozing but dreamless. Addie no longer dreams. She hasn't, in truth, since that night in the woods. Or if she has, it is the one thing she never remembers. Perhaps there's no space inside her head, full as is of memories. Perhaps it is yet another facet of her curse to live only as she does. Or perhaps it is in some strange sense a mercy for how many would be nightmares. But she stays, happy and warm beside him, and for a few hours, he almost forgets. Remy has rolled away from her in sleep, exposing the lean breadth of his back, and she rests her hand between his shoulder blades and feels him breathing, traces her fingers down the slope of his spine, studying his edges the way he'd studied hers in the midst of passion. Her touch is feather light. After a moment, he stirs and shifts and rolls to face her. For a brief moment, his face is wide and open and warm. The face that leaned toward hers in the street and smiled through shared secrets in the cafe and laughed as he walked her first to her home and then to his. But in the time it takes for him to fully awake, the face slides away and all the knowing with it. A shadow sweeps across those warm blue eyes, that welcome mouth. He jerks a little, rises on one elbow, flustered by the sight of the stranger in his bed. Because of course, she's a stranger now. For the first time since they met the night before, he frowns, stammers a greeting, the words too formal, stiff with embarrassment, and Addie's heart breaks a little. He's trying to be kind, but she cannot bear it, so she gets up and dresses as fast as she can. A gross reversal of the time he took to strip the clothes away. She does not bother with the laces or the buckles, does not turn toward him again. Not until she feels the warmth of his hand on her shoulder, the touch almost gentle, and thinks desperately, wildly that maybe there's a way to salvage this. She turns, hoping to meet his eyes, only to find him looking down, away, as he presses 3 coins into her hand. And everything goes cold. Payment. It will be many years before she can read Greek, many more before she hears the myth of Sisyphus. When she does, she will nod in understanding, palms arcing from the weight of pushing stones uphill, heart heavy from the weight of watching them roll down again. In this moment, there is no myth for company. Only this beautiful boy with his back to her. Only Remy, who makes no move to follow when she hurries to the door. Something catches her eye, a bundle of paper askew on the floor. The booklet from the cafe, the latest of Voltaire. Addie doesn't know what drives her to take it. Perhaps she simply wants a token of their night, something more than the dreaded copper in her palm. At one moment the book is on the ground, cast off among the clothes, and the next it is pressed to her front with the rest of her things. Her hands have gotten light after all, and if the theft was clumsy, Remy would not have noticed. Sitting there on the bed, his attention fixed anywhere but her. Oh my god! This book is killing me, man. That was so good. Poor Addie. Poor fucking Addie. And now we're jumping back again from 1724 to 2014 with Addie and Henry. Addie leads Henry down the street and around the corner to a nondescript steel door plastered with old posters. A man loiters next to it, chain smoking and scrolling through pictures on his phone. Jupiter, she says, unprompted, and the man straightens and pushes open the door, exposing a narrow platform and a set of stairs that drops down out of sight. Welcome to the fourth rail. Henry shoots her a wary look, but Addie grabs his hand and pulls him through. He twists, looking back as the door swings shut. There's no fourth rail, he says, and Addie flashes him a grin. Exactly. This is what she loves about a city like New York. It is so full of hidden chambers. Infinite doors leading into infinite rooms. And if you have the time, you can find so many of them. Some she's found by accident, others in the course of this or that adventure. She keeps them tucked away, takes like slips of paper between the pages of her book. One stairwell leads to another, the second wider, made of stone. The ceiling arches overhead, plaster giving way to rock and then tile. The tunnel lit only by a series of electric lanterns. But they're spaced far enough apart that they do little to actually break the dark. A breadcrumb trail, just enough to see by, which is why Addie has the pleasure of seeing Henry's expression when he realizes where they are. The New York City subway has nearly 500 active stations, but the number of abandoned tunnels remains a matter of contention. Some of them are open to the public, both monuments to the past and nods to the unfinished future. Some are little more than closed tracks tucked between functioning lines. And then some are secrets. Addie, murmurs Henry, but she holds up a finger, tilts her head, listening. The music starts as an echo, a distant thrum, as much a feeling as the sound. It rises with every downward step, seems to fill the air around them. First a hum, and then a pulse, and then, at last, a beat. Ahead the tunnel is bricked up, marked only by the white slash of an arrow to the left. Around the corner, the music grows. One more dead end, one more turn, and sound crashes over them. The whole tunnel vibrates with the force of the bass, the reverb of chords against stone. Spotlights pulse white, a blue-white, a strobe reducing the hidden club to still frames. A writhing crowd, bodies bouncing to the beat, a pair of musicians wielding matching electric guitars on a concrete stage. A row of bartenders caught mid-pour. The tunnel walls are tiled gray and white, wide bands that wrap in arches overhead, bent down like ribs, as if they are in the belly of some great forgotten beast, the rhythm pulsing through its heart. The fourth rail is primal, heady, the kind of place Luke would love. This is hers. Addie found the tunnel on her own. She showed it to the musician turned manager looking for a venue. Later that night, she even suggested the name, their heads bent over a cocktail napkin. His pen marks, her idea. She's sure he woke up the next day with a hangover and the first stirrings of the fourth rail. 6 months later, she saw the guy standing outside the steel doors, saw the logo they'd designed, a more polished version tucked beneath the peeling posters, and felt the now familiar thrill of whispering something into the world and watching it become real. Addie pulls Henry toward the makeshift bar. It's simple. The tunnel wall divided into three behind a wide slab of pale stone that serves as a pouring surface. The options are vodka, bourbon, or tequila, and a bartender stands, waiting before each. Addie orders for them. 2 vodkas. And just take a little break here while we wait for those ads to pass by. God. Why is this book so freaking good though? Another 40 seconds. All right, ad break's over. Man, book is so good. The transaction happens in silence. There's no point trying to shout over the wall of sound. A series of fingers held up, a 10 laid on the bar. The bartender, a slender black guy with silver dusting his eyes, pours 2 shots and spreads his hand like a dealer laying down cards. Henry lifts his glass and Addie raises hers too, and their mouths move together. She thinks he's saying cheers, while she answers salut. But the sounds are swallowed up. The clink of their shots nothing but a small vibration to her fingers. The vodka hits her stomach like a match, heat blossoming around behind her ribs. They set the empty glasses back on the bar, and Addie's already pulling Henry toward the crush of bodies by the stage when the guy behind the bar reaches out and catches Henry's wrists. The bartender smiles, produces a 3rd shot glass, and pours again. He presses his hand to his chest in a universal gesture for "It's on me." They drink, and there's the heat again, spreading from her chest to her limbs. And there's Henry's hand in hers, moving into the crowd. Addie looks back, sees the bartender staring after them. And there's a strange feeling, rising like the last dregs of a dream. Or she wants to say something. The music is a wall, and the vodka smooths the edges of her thoughts until it slips away. And they are folding into the crowd. Up above it may be early spring, but down here it is late summer, humid and heavy. The music is liquid, the air thick as syrup as they plunge into the tangled limbs. The tunnel is bricked up behind the stage, making a world of reverb, a place where sound bends back, redoubles, every note carried, thinning, without trailing off entirely. The guitarists play a complicated riff in perfect unison, adding to the echo chamber effect, churning the waters of the crowd. Hey Abby, how are you doing? And then the girl steps into the spotlight. A teenage sprite, a fey thing, Luke would say, in a black baby doll dress and combat boots. Her white blonde hair is piled on her head, done up in twin buns, the ends spiking like a crown. The only color is the slash of her red lips, and the rainbow drawn like a mask across her face. The guitarists quicken, fingers flying over strings. The air shakes, the beat thumps through the skin and muscle and bone. And the girl begins to sing. Just hopping in to say hi, waiting for dinner. Ooh, what are you having? Her voice is a wail, a banshee's call if a banshee screamed in tune. The syllables bleed together, the consonants blur, and Addie finds herself leaning in, eager to hear the words. But they draw back, slip under the beat, fold into the feral energy of the fourth rail. The guitars play their hypnotic chorus. The girl singer seems almost like a puppet, pulled along by the strings. Soy chicken with broccoli and rice. Ooh, that sounds really nice. Sounds really nice. Henry, with his head tipped back, his glasses fogged gray, and sweat sliding down his cheeks like tears. For an instant, he looks impossibly, immeasurably sad. She remembers the pain in his voice when he spoke of losing time. But then he looks at her and smiles, and it's gone, a trick of the lights, and she wonders who and how and where he came from, knows it is all too good to be true. But in this moment, she's simply glad he's there. She closes her eyes, lets herself fall into the rhythm of the beat. And she's in Berlin, Mexico City, Madrid. She's right here, right now, with him. They dance until their limbs ache, until sweat paints their skin and the air becomes too thick to breathe, until there's a lull in the beat and another silent conversation passed between them like a spark, until he draws her back toward the bar and the tunnel, back the way they came. But the flow of traffic is a one-way street. The stairs and the steel door only lead in. Until she cocks her head the other way to a dark arch set in the tunnel wall near the stage. Leads him up the narrow stairs, the music fading a little more with every upward step, ears buzzing with the white noise left in its wake. Until they spill out into the cool March night, filling their lungs with fresh air. And the first clear sound Addie hears is his laughter. Henry turns toward her, eyes bright, cheeks flushed, intoxicated in a way that has less to do with the vodka than with the power of the fourth rail. He is still laughing with the storm when the storm starts. A crack of thunder. Seconds later, the rain comes down. Not a drizzle, not even sparse warning drops that soon give way to steady rain, but the sudden sheet fall of a downpour. The kind of rain that hits you like a wall, soaks you through in seconds. Addie gasps at the sudden shock of cold. They are 10 feet from the nearest awning, but neither of them runs for cover. She smiles up into the rain, lets the water kiss her skin. Henry looks at her, and Addie looks back, and then he spreads his arms as if to welcome the storm, his chest heaving. Water clings to his black lashes, slides down his face, rinsing the club from his clothes. And Addie realizes suddenly that, despite the moments of resemblance, Luke never once looked like this. Young, human, alive. She never pulls Henry toward her, relishes the press of his body, warm against the cold. As she pulls Henry toward her, relishes the press of his body, warm against the cold. She runs her hand through his hair, and for the first time it stays back, exposing the sharp lines of his face, the hungry hollows of his jaw, his eyes, a brighter shade of green than she has seen them yet. Addie, he breathes, and the sound sends sparks across her skin. And when he kisses her, he tastes like salt and summer. But it feels too much like a punctuation mark, that she isn't ready for the night to end. So she kisses him back, deeper, turns the period into a question, into an answer. And then they are running, not for shelter, but the train. They stumble into his apartment, wet clothes clinging to her skin. They are a tangle of limbs in a hallway, unable to get close enough. She pulls the glasses from his face, tosses them onto a nearby chair, shrugs out of her coat, the leather sticking to her skin. And then they're kissing again. Desperate, hungry, wild as her fingers run over his ribs, hook into the front of his jeans. Are you sure? He asks. And in answer, she pulls his mouth to hers, guides his hands to the bottom of her shirt, and as hers find his belt. He presses her back against the wall and says her name. It is lightning through her limbs. It is fire through her core. It is longing between her legs. Bro, we just had a sex scene. Girl, what the fuck? I mean, that was like 300 years ago. And then they are on the bed. And for an instant, only an instant, she's somewhere else. Somewhen else. The darkness folding itself around her, a name whispered against bare skin. But to him, she was Adeline. Only Adeline. His Adeline. My Adeline. Here, now she's finally Addie. Say it again, she pleads. Say what? He murmurs. My name. And Henry smiles. Addie, he whispers against her throat. Addie. The kisses trail over her collar. Addie, her stomach. Addie, her hips. His mouth finds the heat between her legs and her fingers tangle in those black curls, her back arching with pleasure. Why are we doing this again? Girl, okay. Her back arcing up with pleasure, time shudders slides out of focus. He retraces his steps, kisses her again, and then she's on top of him, pressing him down into the bed. They do not fit together perfectly. He was not made for her the way Luke was. But this is better because he is real, and kind, and human, and he remembers. When it is over, she collapses, breathless, into the sheets beside him, sweat and rain chilling on her skin. Henry folds around her, pulls her back into the circle of his warmth, and she can feel his heart slowing through his ribs, a metronome easing back into its measure. The room goes quiet, marked only by the steady rain beyond the windows, the drowsy aftermath of passion, and soon she can feel him drifting down towards sleep. Addie looks up at the ceiling. Don't forget, she says softly. The words half prayer, half plea. Henry's arms tighten, a body surfacing from sleep. Forget what? He murmurs, already sinking again. And Addie waits for his breath to steady before she whispers the word to the dark. Me. Okay. We have another time jump, but we're gonna take a little break here real quick. I gotta rest my eyes, get some fresh air, make myself some tea maybe. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Oh my god. This book is spicier than I expected. I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck? I mean, the other moments are good. The story itself is nice, but goddamn. Goddamn. All right, can we go with a chapter now without without one for a bit, please? Maybe. All right. Let's continue, I guess. We're back in Paris, 1724. So I guess we're now, yeah, we're at the moment after she was doing it with that other guy, with Remy. God damn. Addie searches out into the night, wiping tears from her cheeks. She pulls her jacket close despite the warmth of summer and makes her way alone across the sleeping city. She's not heading toward the hovel she's called home this season. She's simply moving forward because she cannot bear the idea of standing still. So Addie walks, and at some point she realizes she's no longer alone. There's a change in the air, a subtle breeze carrying the leafy scent of country woods. And then he is there, falling in step beside her, stride for stride. An elegant shadow, dressed in the height of Paris fashion. Collar and cuffs trimmed in silk. Only his black curls billow around his face, feral and free. Adeline, he says, his voice laced with pleasure, and she's back in the bed. Remy's voice saying Anna, Anna into her hair. It's been 4 years without a visit. 4 years of holding her breath. And though she will never admit it, the sight of him is like coming up for air. A terrible chest-opening relief. As much as she hates this shadow, this god, this monster in this stolen flesh, he is still the only one who remembers her at all. It does not make her hate him any less. If anything, she hates him more. Where have you been? She snaps. Smug pleasure shines like starlight in his eyes. Why have you missed me? Addie doesn't trust herself to speak. Come now. Luke presses. You did not think I would make it easy. It's been 4 years, she says. wincing at the anger in her voice too close to need.
4 years is nothing. A breath. A blink.
And yet you come tonight.
I know your heart, my dear. I feel when it falters.
Remy's fingers folding hers over the coins. The sudden weight of sadness. And the darkness, drawn to pain like a wolf of blood to blood. Looks down at her trousers, pinned below the knee, the man's tunic open at the throat.
I must say,
he says,
I preferred you in red.
Her heart catches at that mention of the night 4 years before, the first time he did not come. He savors the sight of her surprise. You saw, she says.
I am the night itself. I see everything.
He steps closer, carrying the scent of summer storms, the kiss of forest leaves.
But that was a lovely dress you wore on my behalf.
Shame slides like a flush beneath her skin, followed by the heat of anger at the knowledge that he was watching, had watched her hope gutter with the candles on the sill, watched as she shattered alone in the dark. She loathes him, wears that loathing like a coat, wraps it tight around her as she smiles. You thought I would wither without your attention, but I have not. The darkness hums.
It has only been 4 years,
he muses.
Perhaps next time I will wait longer. Or perhaps...
His hand graces her chin, tipping her face to meet his.
I will abandon these visits and leave you to wander the earth until it ends.
It is a chilling thought, though she does not let him see it. If you did that, she says evenly, you would never have my soul. He shrugs.
I have 1,000 others waiting to be reaped, and you are only one.
He is closer now, too close, his thumb tracing up her jaw, fingers sliding along the back of her neck.
It would be so easy to forget you. Everyone else already has.
She tries to pull away, but his hand is stone, holding her fast.
I will be kind. It will be quick. Say yes now.
Food done, let's go, Abby. Enjoy your food, he urges.
Before I change my mind.
For a terrible moment, she doesn't trust herself to answer. The weight of the coins in her palm is still too fresh, the pain in the night torn away, and victory dances like light in Luke's eyes. It is enough to force her to her senses. No, she says, the word with a snarl. And there it is, like a gift. A flash of anger on that perfect face. His hand falls away, the weight of him vanishing like smoke, and Addie is left alone once more in the dark. There's a point when the night breaks, when the darkness finally begins to weaken and lose its hold over the sky. It's slow, so slow. She doesn't notice until the light is already creeping in, until the moon and stars have vanished and the weight of Luke's attention lifts from her shoulders. Addie climbs the steps of the Sacré-Cœur, sits at the top, with the church at her back and Paris sprawling at her feet, and watches the 29th of July become the 30th. Watches the sun rise over the city. She has almost forgotten the book she took from Remy's floor. She has clutched it so tight her fingers ache. Now, in the watery morning light, she puzzles over the title, silently sounding out the words. La Place Royale. It is a novel, that new word, though she doesn't yet know it. Addie peels back the cover and tries to read the first page, manages only a line before the words crumble into letters and the letters blur, and she has to resist the urge to cast the cursed book away, to fling it down the steps. Instead, she closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and thinks of Remy. Not his words, but the soft pleasure in his voice when he spoke of reading, the delight in his eyes, the joy, the hope. It'll be a grueling journey, full of starts and stops and myriad frustrations. To decipher this first novel will take her almost a year spent laboring over every line, trying to make sense of any sentence, then a page, then a chapter. And still, it will be a decade more before the act comes naturally, before the task itself dissolves and she finds the hidden pleasure of the story. It will take time. But time is the one thing Addie has plenty of. So she opens her eyes and starts again. And now we're jumping back to New York. March 16th, 2014, the next day after the night with Henry. Addie wakes to the smell of toast browning, the sizzle of butter hitting a hot skillet. The bed is empty beside her, the door almost closed, but she can hear Henry moving in the kitchen beneath the soft burble of talk radio. The room is cool, and the bed is warm, and she holds her breath and tries to hold the moment with it, the way she has 1,000 times, clutching the past to the present, and warding off the future, the fall. But today is different, because someone remembers. She throws off the blankets, scavenges the bedroom floor, looking for her clothes, and there's no sign of the rain-soaked jeans or shirt, just a familiar leather jacket draped over a chair. Addie finds a rope beneath and wraps it around her, buries her nose in the collar. It is worn and soft, smells like clean cotton and fabric softener, and a faint hint of coconut shampoo. A smell she will come to know as his. She pads barefoot in the kitchen as Henry pours coffee from a French press. He looks up and smiles. Good morning. Two small words that move the world. Not, I'm sorry. Not, I don't remember. Not, I must have been drunk. Just, good morning. I put your clothes in the dryer, he says. It should be done soon. Grab yourself a mug. Most people have a shelf of cups. Henry has a wall. They hang from hooks on a mounted rack, 5 across and 7 down. Some of them are patterned and some of them are plain, and no two are the same. I'm not sure you have enough mugs. Henry casts her a sidelong look. He has a way of almost smiling. It's like light behind a curtain, the edge of the sun behind clouds. More a promise than an actual thing, but the warmth shines through. That was a thing in my family, he says. No matter who came over for coffee, they could choose the one that spoke to them that day. His own cup sits on the counter, charcoal gray, the inside coated in something that looks like liquid silver. A storm cloud and its lint lining. Addie studies the wall, trying to make her choice. She reaches for a large porcelain cup with small blue leaves. Weighs it in her palm before she notices another. She's about to put it back when Henry stops her. We have another ad break right now, so I guess we're gonna be waiting here for a bit. I wanna try and keep those ad breaks reading free, mostly, so nobody's missing anything. This book is still so fucking good, though. I'm really liking it. It's a bit... It's going a bit hard on the spicy, but... All right, ad break's over. Welcome back, guys. Let's slowly continue. I'm afraid all selections are final, he says, scraping butter over toast. You'll have to try again tomorrow. Tomorrow. The world swells a little in her chest. Henry pours, and Addie leans her elbows on the counter, wraps her hands around the steaming cup, inhales the bittersweet scent. For a second, only a second, she's in Paris. Hat pulled down in the corner of a cafe as Remy pushed the cup toward her and said, "Drink." This is how memories are for her. Past rising to present. A palimpsest held up to the light. "Oh, hey," says Henry, calling her back. "I found this on the floor. Is it yours?" She looks up and sees the wooden ring. "Don't touch that!" Addie snatches it out of his hand too fast. The inside of the ring brushes the tip of her finger, rolls around the nail like a coin about to settle. All the ease of a compass finding north. "Shit!" Addie shudders and drops the band. It clatters to the floor, rolling several feet before fetching up against the edge of a rug. She grips her fingers as if burned, heart pounding. She didn't put it on. And even if she did, her gaze cuts to the window. But it is morning, sunlight streaming through the curtains. The darkness cannot find her here. "What happened?" asks Henry, clearly confused. "Nothing," she says, shaking her hand. "Just a splinter, stupid thing." She kneels slowly to retrieve it, careful to touch only the outside of the band. "Sorry," she says, straightening. She sets the ring on the counter between them, displaying her hands on either side. In the artificial light, the pale wood looks almost gray. Addie glares down at the band. Have you ever had something you love and hate but can't bear to get rid of it? Something you almost wish you'd lose, because then it wouldn't be there and it wouldn't be your fault? She tries to make the words light, almost casual. "Yeah," he says quietly. "I do." He opens a kitchen drawer and pulls out something small and gold. A Star of David, a pendant missing its chain. You're Jewish? I was. 2 words, and all he means to say. His attention drifts back to her ring. It looks old. It is. Exactly as old as she is. They both should have worn to nothing long ago. She presses her hand down over the ring, feels the smooth wooden rim dig into her palm. It belonged to my father, she says. And it isn't a lie, though it's only the beginning of the truth. She closes her hand around the ring and pockets it. The ring is weightless, but she can feel it. She can always feel it. Anyway, she says with a too bright smile, what's for breakfast? How many times has Addie dreamed of this? Of hot coffee and buttered toast, of sunlight streaming through the windows, of new days that aren't fresh starts, none of the awkward silence of strangers, of a boy or a girl. Elbows on the counter across from her, the simple comfort of a night remembered. It was really love breakfast, says Henry, and she realizes she's beaming down with her foot, down at her food. It's our favorite meal, she answers. Okay. She answers, sparing a bite of eggs. But as she eats, the hope begins to thin. Addie is not a fool. Whatever this is, she knows it will not last. She has lived too long to think it chance, been cursed too long to think it fate. She has begun to wonder if it is a trap. Some new way to torment her, to break the stalemate, force her hand back into play. But even after all these years, Luke's voice wrapped around her, soft and low and gloating.
All you have, all you, the only one who will remember.
It was the one card he always held, the weapon of his own attention, and she does not think he'd give it away. But if it is not a trap, then what? An accident? A stroke of luck? Perhaps she's gone mad. It would not be the first time. Perhaps she has frozen up on Sam's roof and is trapped in a dream. Perhaps none of it is real. And yet, there is his hand on hers. There's the soft scent of him on the robe. There's the sound of her name drawing her back. Where did you go? He asks, and she spares another bite of food and holds it up between them. If you could only eat one thing for the rest of your life, she says, what would it be? Chocolate, Henry answers without missing a beat. The kind so dark it's almost bitter. You? Addie ponders. A life is a very long time. Geez, she answers soberly. And Henry nods, and silence settles over them, less awkward than shy. Nervous laughter in between stolen glances, 2 strangers who are no longer strangers, but know so little of each other. If you could live somewhere with only one season, asks Henry, what would it be? Spring, she says, when everything is new. Fall, he says, when everything is fading. They have both chosen seams. Those ragged lines where things are neither here nor there, but balanced on the brink. And Addie wonders, half to herself, would you rather feel nothing or everything? A shadow crosses Henry's face and he falters, looks down at his unfinished foods, and then to the clock on the wall. Shit, I've got to go to the store. He straightens, dropping his plate in the sink. The last question goes unanswered. I should go home, says Addie, rising too. Get changed, do some work. There's no home, of course, no clothes, no job. She's playing the part of a normal girl. A girl who gets to have a normal life. Sleep with a boy and wake up to good mornings instead of who are yous. Henry finishes his coffee in a single gulp. How do you go about finding talent? He asks. And Addie remembers she told him she was a scout. You keep your eyes open, she says, rounding the counter. But he catches her hand. I want to see you again. I want you to see me again, she echoes. Still no phone? She shakes her head, and he wraps his fingers for a moment, thinking, there's a food truck rally in Prospect Park. Meet you there at 6? Addie smiles. It's a date. She pulls the rope close. Mind if I take a shower before I go? Henry kisses her. Of course. Just let yourself out. And she smiles. I will. Henry leaves the front door swinging shut behind him, but for once, the sound doesn't make her stomach drop. It's just a door, not a period, an ellipsis, and to be continued. She takes a long, hot shower, wraps her hair in a towel, and wanders through the apartment, noticing all the things she didn't see last night. Henry's apartment is just this side of messy, cluttered in the way so many New York places are, too little space to live and breathe. It's also littered with the remains of abandoned hobbies, a cabinet of oil paints, the brushes gone stale and stiff in a stained cup. Notebooks and journals, most of them empty, a few blocks of wood and a whittling knife. Somewhere, in the faded space before her flawless memory, she hears her father humming and moves on, moves away, slowing only when she reaches the cameras. A row of them stare down at her from the shelf, their lenses large and wide and black. Vintage, she thinks, though the word has never held much weight. She was there when cameras were hulking tripod beasts, the photographer hidden beneath a heavy drape. She was there for the invention of black and white film and then color. There when still frames became videos, when analog became digital, and whole stories could be stored in the palm of a hand. She runs her fingers across the camera bodies, like carapace shells, fields dust beneath her touch. There are photographs everywhere, on the walls, propped on the tables, and sitting in a corner, waiting to be hung. There's one of Beatrice in an art gallery, a silhouette against a brightly lit space. One of Beatrice and Henry tangled together, her gaze up and his head down, each caught in the beginning of a laugh. And of a boy that Addie guesses must be Robbie. Bea was right. He looks like he walked out of a party in Andy Warhol's loft. The crowd behind him is a blur of bodies, but Robbie is in focus, mid-laugh, purple glitter tracing his cheekbones, plumes of green along his nose, gold at his temples. Oh wow, my tea got cold really quick. Another photo in the hall. Here, the three of them sit on a sofa. Bea in the middle, Robbie's legs stretched across her lap, and Henry on the other side, chin resting lazily on his hand. And across the hall, it's opposite. A posed family portrait, stiff against the candids. Again, Henry sits on the edge of the sofa, but more upright. And this time, placed beside two people who are clearly his brother and sister. The girl, a whirlwind of curls, eyes dancing behind a pair of cat-eye frames. The model of the mother resting a hand on her shoulder. The boy, older, sterner, an echo of the father behind the sofa, and the younger son, lean, wary, smiling, the kind of smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Henry stares back at Addie from the photos he's in. and ones he clearly took. She can feel him, the artist in the frame. She could stay there, studying these pictures, trying to find the truth of him in them, the secret, the answer to the question going around and around in her head. But all she sees is someone sad, lost, and searching. She turns her attention to the books, Henry's own collections of eclectic, spilling across surfaces in every room. A shelf in the living room, a narrow one in the hall, a stack beside his bed, another on the coffee table. Comics stacked over a pile of textbooks with the titles Reviewing the Covenant and Jewish Theology for Postmodern Age. There are novels, biographies, paperbacks and hardcovers mixed together, some old and fraying, others brand new. Bookmarks jut up from the pages, marking a dozen unfinished reads. Her fingers drift down the spines, hover on a squat gold book, A History of the World in 100 Objects. She wonders if you can distill a person's life, let alone human civilization, to a list of things. Wonders if that's a valid way to measure worth at all. Not by the lives touched, but the things left behind. She tries to build her own list. A history of Addie Larue. A father's bird lost among the bodies in Paris. The Place Royale stolen from Remy's room. The wooden ring. Those things have their mark on her. What of Addie's legacy? Her face ghosted in 100 works of art. Her melodies at the heart of 100 songs. Ideas taking root, growing wild, the seeds unseen. Addie continues through the apartment. Idle curiosity giving way to a more purposeful search. She's looking for clues, searching for something, anything, to explain Henry Strauss. A laptop sits on the coffee table. It boots without a password prompt, but when Addie brushes her thumb across the trackpad, the cursor doesn't move. She taps the keys absently, but nothing happens. The technology changes, the curse stays the same. Except it doesn't. It hasn't. Not entirely. So she goes from room to room, searching for clues to the question she cannot seem to answer. Who are you, Henry Strauss? In the medicine cabinet, a handful of prescriptions line the shelf, their names clogged with consonants. Beside them, a vial of pink pills marked with only a post-it, a tiny hand-drawn umbrella. In the bedroom, another bookshelf, a stack of notebooks in various shapes and sizes. She turns through, but all of them are blank. On the windowsill, another, older photo of Henry and Robbie. And this one, they're tangled. Robbie's face pressed against Henry's, his forehead resting on Henry's temple. There's something intimate about the pose, the way Robbie's eyes are almost closed, the way Henry's hands cradle the back of his head, as if holding him up or holding him close. The serene curve on Robbie's mouth. Happy. Home. By the bed, an old-fashioned watch sits on the side table. It has no minute hand, and the hour points just past 6, even though the clock on the wall reads 9:32. She holds it to her ear, but the battery must be dead. And then, in the top drawer, a handkerchief dotted with blood. When she picks it up, a ring tumbles out, a small diamond set in a platinum band. Addie stares down at the engagement ring and wonders who it was for, wonders who Harry was before he met her, what happened to put him in her path. Who are you? She whispers into the empty room. She wraps the ring in the stained handkerchief. and returns it to its spot, sliding the drawer shut. Oh, fuck it out. 1 second. God, this chair is so uncomfortable. All right. Let me just. I take it back, she says. If I could only eat one thing for the rest of my life, it would be these fries. Henry laughs and steals a few from the cone in her hand as they wait in line for a gyro. The food trucks form a colorful stripe along Flatbush. Crowds of people queuing for lobster rolls and grilled cheese, banh mi, and kebabs. There's even a line for ice cream sandwiches, even though the warmth has dropped out of the March air, promising a crisp, cold night. Addie's glad she picked up a hat and scarf, traded her ballet flats for calf-high boots, even as she leans into the warmth of Henry's arms, until there's a break in the falafel queue, and he ducks away to get in line. Addie watches him step up to the counter window and order. Watches the middle-aged woman working the truck as she leans forward, elbows on the sill. Watches them talk. Henry nodding solemnly. The line is growing behind him, but the woman doesn't seem to notice. She's not smiling exactly, if anything. She's not smiling exactly. If anything, she looks on the verge of tears as she reaches out and takes his hand, squeezes it. Next! Addie blinks, gets to the front of her own line, spends the last of her stolen cash on a lamb gyro and a blueberry soda. Finds herself wishing for the first time in a while that she had a credit card or more to her name than the clothes on her back and the change in her pocket. Wishes that things didn't seem to slip through her fingers like sand, that she could have a thing without stealing it first. You're looking at that sandwich like it broke your heart. Addie looks up at Henry, cracks a smile. It looks so good, she says. I'm just thinking how sad I'll be when it's gone. He sighs in mock lament. The worst part of every meal is when it ends. They take their spoils and stake out a slope of grass just inside the park, a pool of quickly thinning light. Henry adds the falafel and an order of dumplings to her gyro and fries, and they share, trading bites like cards in a game of gin. Henry reaches for the falafel, and Addie remembers the woman in the window. What was that? She asks. Back there at the truck. The woman working. She looked like she was about to cry. Do you know her? Henry shakes his head. She said I reminded her of her son. Addie stares at him. It isn't a lie, she doesn't think, but it's not entirely the truth either. There's something he isn't saying, but she doesn't know how to ask. She spares a dumpling and pops it in her mouth. Food is one of the best things about being alive. Not just food, good food. There's a chasm between sustenance and satisfaction. And while she spent the better part of 300 years eating the stave of the pangs of hunger, she has spent the last 50 delighting in the discovery of flavor. So much of life becomes routine, but food is like music, like art, replete with the promise of something new. She wipes the grease from her fingers and lies back in the grass beside Harry, feeling wonderfully full. She knows it will not last, That fullness is like everything else in her life. It always wears away too soon. But here and now, she feels perfect. She closes her eyes and smiles and thinks she could stay here all night, despite the growing cold. Let the dusk give way to dark. Burrow against Harry and hope for stars. A bright chime sounds in his coat pocket. Henry answers. Hey, Bea. He starts and then abruptly sits up. Addie can only hear half the call, but she can guess at the rest. No, of course I didn't forget. I know, I'm late. I'm sorry. I'm on my way. Yeah, I remember. Henry hangs up, puts his head in his hands. Bea's having a dinner party, and I was meant to bring dessert. He looks back at the food trucks, as if one of them might hold the answer. Looks at the sky, which has gone dusk to dim. Runs his hands through his hair, lets out a soft and muttered stream of cursing. But there's no time to wallow now. Not when he's late. Come on, says Addie, pulling him to his feet. I know a place. The best French bakery in Brooklyn has no sign, marked by only a butter yellow awning, a narrow glass window between two broad brick storefronts. It belongs to a man named Mitchell. Every morning before dawn, he arrives and begins the slow assembly of his art. Apple tarts, the fruit sliced thin as paper, and operas, the tops dusted with cocoa, and petit foie coated in marzipan and small piped roses. The shop is closed now, but she can see the shadow of its owner as he moves through the kitchen at its back, and Addie wraps her knuckles on the glass door and waits. Are you sure about this? Asks Henry, as the shape shuffles forward and cracks the door. We're closed, he says, in a heavy accent. And Addie slips from English into French as she explains she's a friend of Delphine's, and the man softens at the mention of his daughter's name, softens more at the sound of his native tongue, and she understands. She can speak German, Italian, Spanish, Swiss, but French is different. French is bread baking in her mother's oven. French is her father's hand carving wood. French is Estelle murmuring to her garden. French is coming home. For Delphine, he answers, opening the door. Anything. Inside the small shop, New York falls away, and it is pure Paris. The taste of sugar and butter still in the air. The cases are mostly empty now. Only a handful of the beautiful creations lingering on the shelves, bright and sparse as wildflowers in a barren field. She does know Delphine, though the young woman does not, of course, know her. She knows Michael as well, visits the shop the way someone else might visit a photograph, linger on a memory. Henry hovers a few steps behind as Addie and Michael make small talk, each contented by the brief respite of the other's language. And the patissier places each of the remaining pastries in a pink box and hands them to her. When she offers to pay, wondering if she can afford the cost, Michael shakes his head and thanks her for the taste of home and wishes him good night. And she wishes him good night. And back on the curb, Henry stares at her as she's performed the magic act some strange and wondrous feat. He pulls her into the circle of his arms. You're amazing, he says, and she blushes, having never had an audience. Here, she says, pressing the pastry box in his hand. Enjoy the party. Henry's smile falls. His forehead rocks up like a carpet. Why don't you come with me? She doesn't know how to say I can't when there is no explaining why. When she was ready to spend all night with him. So she says, I shouldn't. And he says, please. She knows it is such a terrible idea that she cannot hold the secret of her curse aloft over so many heads. Knows she cannot keep him to herself. That it is all a game of borrowed time. But this is how you walk to the end of the world. This is how you live forever. Here's one day, and here's the next, and the next. And you take what you can, savor every stolen second, cling to every moment. Until it's done. So she says yes. Oh, God. I'm curious now, because she met Bea before. Multiple times. And he obviously remembers Addie, but Bea probably doesn't. So how will he react to Bea not recognizing Addie from picking her up on the first date? They walk arm in arm as the evening goes from cool to cold. Is there anything I should know, she says, about your friends? Henry frowns, thinking. Well, Robbie's a performer. He's really good, but he can be a little difficult. He exhales a hard breath. We were together back in college. He was the first guy I ever fell for. But it didn't work out. Henry laughs, but the breath is shallow. No. He dumped me. But look, it was ages ago. We're friends now, nothing more. He shakes his head as if clearing it. And there's Bea. You met her. She's great. She's getting her PhD and she lives with a guy named Josh. Are they dating? Henry snorts. No. Bea's gay. And so is he, I think. I don't actually know. It's been the topic of speculation, but Bea will probably invite Mel or Elise, whichever she's dating now. It's kind of a pendulum swing. Oh, and don't ask about the professor. Addie looks at him, wondering, and he explains. Bea had a thing a few years ago with a Columbia professor. Bea was in love, but she was married, and it fell apart. Addie repeats the names to herself and Henry smiles. It's not a test, he says. You can't fail. Addie wishes he were right. Henry whines a little tighter at her side. He hesitates, exhales. Oh, there's something else you should know, he says at last. About me. Oh. Her heart stutters in her chest as if she braces for a confession, a reluctant truth, some explanation for this, for them. But Henry only looks up at the starless night and says, "It was a girl." A girl. Does not answer anything. Her name was Tabitha, he says, and she can feel the pain in every syllable. She thinks of the ring in his drawer, the bloody handkerchief knotted around it. What happened? I proposed, and she said no. It is true, she thinks. Some version of it. But Addie is beginning to realize how good Henry is at skirting lies while every truth's half told. We all have battle scars, she says. People in our past. You too? He asks. And for a moment she's in New Orleans. The room in disarray, those green eyes black with rage as the building begins to burn. Yeah, she says softly, and then gently probing. And we all have secrets too. He looks at her, and she can see it swimming in his eyes, the thing he will not say. But he's not Luke, and a green gives something away, and nothing away. Tell me she thinks whatever it is. But he doesn't. They reach Bea's building in silence, and she buzzes them in. And as they climb the stairs, she turns her thoughts to the party and thinks perhaps it will be okay. Perhaps they will remember her at the end of this evening. Perhaps if he's with her. Perhaps. But then the door opens and Bea stands there, oven mitts on hips, voices spilling through the apartment behind her as she says, Henry Strauss, you're so late. That better be dessert. And Henry holds out the pastry box, as if it were a shield. But as Bea plucks the box from his hand, she looks past him. And who's this? This is Addie, he says. You met in the shop. Bea rolls her eyes. Henry, you really don't have enough friends to be getting us mixed up. Besides, she says, flashing Addie a crooked smile, I wouldn't forget a face like yours. There's something timeless about it. Henry's frown deepens. You have met, and that's exactly what you said. He looks to Addie. You remember this, don't you? She hesitates, caught between the impossible truth and the easier lie. Begins to shake her head. I'm sorry, But Addie's saved by the arrival of a girl in a yellow sundress, a bold defiance of the chill beyond the windows, and Henry whispers in her ear that this is Elise. The girl kisses Bea and plucks the box from her hands, and says she cannot find the wine opener. And Josh appears to take their coats and usher them through. The apartment is a converted loft, one of these open floor plans where the hall runs into the living room and the living room runs into the kitchen, and it is all mercifully free of walls and doors. The buzzer rings again, and moments later a boy arrives like a comet crashing through the atmosphere, a bottle of wine in one hand and a scarf on the other. And even though Addie has only seen him in photos on Henry's wall, she knows instantly that this is Robbie. He sweeps through the front hallway, kissing Bea on the cheek, waves at Josh and hugs Elise, and turns toward Henry, only to notice her. Who are you? He says. Don't be rude, answers Henry. This is Addie. Henry's date, adds Bea, and Addie wishes she hadn't, because the words are like cold water over Robbie's mood. Henry must see it too, because he takes her hand and says, Addie's a talent scout. Oh? Asks Robbie, rekindling a little. What kind? Art, music, all sorts. He frowns. Don't scouts usually specialize in something? Bea elbows him. Be nice, she says, reaching for the wine. Didn't know I was supposed to bring a date, he says, following her into the kitchen. She pats his shoulder. You can borrow Josh. The dining table sits between the sofa and the kitchen counter, and Bea sets an extra place as Henry opens the first 2 bottles of wine, and Robbie pours, and Josh carries a salad to the table, and Elise checks the lasagna in the oven, and Addie stays out of the way. She's used to having all the attention, or none of it, to being the brief but sunlit center of a stranger's world, or a shadow at its edges. This is different. This is new. Hope you're all hungry, says Bea, setting lasagna and garlic bread on the center of the table. Henry grimaces a little at the sight of the pasta, and Addie almost laughs, remembering their food truck feast. She's always hungry. The last meal, nothing but a memory now, and she gratefully accepts a plate. Oh god, we have another ad break. Okay. All right. Ad breaks ending soon, so we're gonna be continuing in that. Damn, okay. All right, ad break's over. Means we can continue with the book. Always, if there is a moment where I can take a break between the ads, I will. Oh, now we're jumping back again to France, but now it's 1751. Wait, what was the last one? Like 1727 or something? So we're making a big jump now, it seems. Oh yeah, it was 1724, and now we're jumping to 1751. God damn, okay. A woman alone is a scandalous sight, and yet Addie has come to revel in the whispers. She sits in the Tuileries, skirts spread around her on the bench, and thumbs the pages of her book, and knows that she is being watched, or rather, being stared at. But what is the point of worrying? A woman sitting alone in the sun is not a crime, and it's not as though the rumors will spread beyond the park. Passers-by will perhaps be startled and make note of the strangeness, but they will all forget before they have the chance to gossip. She turns the page, lets her eyes travel across the printed words. These days, Addie steals books as eagerly as food, a vital piece of daily nourishment. And while she prefers novels to philosophers, adventures, and escapes, this particular one is a prop, a key designed to gain her entry to a specific door. She has timed her presence in the dark, seated herself at the garden's edge along the route she knows Madame Geoffrin tends to favor. And when the woman comes ambling down the path, she knows just what to do. She turns the page, pretending to be engrossed. Out of the corner of her eye, Addie can see the woman coming, her handmaid a step behind, her arms full of flowers, and she rises to her feet, eyes still cast upon her book, turns and makes 2 strides before the inevitable collision, careful not to knock the woman down, but simply startle her, while the book falls onto the path between them. Foolish thing, snaps Madame Geoffrin. I'm so sorry, says Adeline at the same time. Are you hurt? No, says the woman, dropping her gaze from her attacker to the book. What has you so distracted? The handmaid scoops up the fallen book and passes it to her mistress. Geoffrin considers the title. Pensées philosophiques. Diderot, she observes. And who taught you to read such lofty things as this? My father taught me. Himself? You fortunate girl. It was a start, answers Addie. But a woman must take responsibility for her own education, for no man truly will. How true, says Geoffrin. They are playing out a script, though the other woman does not know it. Most people have only one chance to make a first impression, but luckily Addie has by now had several. The older woman frowns. But out in the park with no maid servant, no chaperone, don't you worry that people will talk? A defiant smile flashes across Addie's lips. I suppose I prefer my freedom to my reputation. Madame Geoffrin laughs, a short sound, more surprise than amusement. My dear, there are ways to buck the system, and ways to play it. What is your name? Marie-Christine, answers Addie. La Tremoille, she adds, savoring the way the woman's eyes widen in response. She has spent a month learning the names of noble families and their proximity to Paris, pruning the ones that might invite too many questions, finding a tree with broad enough limbs that a cousin might go unnoticed. And thankfully, while the Salonnaire prides herself on knowing everyone, she cannot know all of them equally. La Tremoille? Mais non, says Madame Geoffrin. But there's no disbelief in the words, only surprise. I shall have to chastise Charles for keeping you a secret. You must, says Addie with a sheepish grin, knowing it will never come to that. Well, madame, she continues, holding out her hand for the book. I should go. I would not want to hurt your reputation too. Nonsense, says Geoffrin, eyes glittering with pleasure. I am quite immune to scandal. He hands Addie back her book, but the gesture is not one of parting. You must come to my salon. Your Diderot will be there. Addie hesitates, the barest fraction of a second. She made a mistake. The last time they crossed paths, when she settled on an air of false humility. But she has since learned that the Salonnaire prefers women who stand their ground, and so this time she smiles in delight. I would like that very much. Superb, says Madame Geoffrin. Come around in an hour. And here, her weaving must become precise. One slipped stitch and it will fall apart. Addie looks down at herself. Oh, she says, letting disappointment sweep across her face. I fear I don't have time to go home and change, but surely this won't be appropriate. She holds her breath, waiting for the other woman to answer. And when she does, it is to extend her arm. Don't bother, she says. I'm sure my ladies will find something that suits you. They walk together through the park, the maidservant trailing behind. We have never crossed paths before. Now, why have we never crossed paths before? We know everyone of note. I'm not of note, demurs Addie. And then I'm only visiting for the summer. Your accent is pure Paris. Time and practice, she answers. And it is, of course, true. And yet, you are unmarried? Another turn, another test. Times before, Addie has been widowed, has been wed, but today, she decides she's unmarriable. No, she says. I confess I do not want a master, and have yet to find an equal. That earns a smile from her hostess. The questioning continues all the way past the park and up the Rue Saint-Honoré, when the woman finally peels away to ready for her salon. Addie watches the salonière go with some regret. From here, she's on her own. The maidservant leads her upstairs and lays a dress from the nearest wardrobe out on the bed. It is a brocaded silk, a patterned shift, a layer of lace around the collar. Nothing she would choose herself, but it is very fine. Addie has seen a piece of meat trussed up with herbs and readied for the oven, and it reminds her of the current French fashion. Addie sits before a mirror and adjusts her hair, listening to the doors open and close downstairs, the house stirring with the emotions of arriving guests. She must wait for the salon to be in bloom, the rooms crowded enough that she will blend in among them. Addie adjusts her hair in a final time and smooths her skirts, and when the sound below becomes a steady enough thing, the voices tangling with the clink of glassware, she goes down the stairs to the main room. The first time Addie entered in the salon, it was by luck, not staging. She was amazed to find a place where a woman was allowed to speak, or at least to listen, where she could move alone without judgment or condescension. She enjoyed the food, the drink, the conversation, and the company, could pretend to be among friends instead of strangers. Until she rounded a corner and saw Rémi Laurent. There he was, perched on a footstool between Voltaire and Rousseau, waving his hands as he spoke, fingers still stained gray with ink. Seeing him was like missing a step, like fabric snagging on a nail. A moment thrown off balance. Her lover had grown stiff with age, the difference between 23 and 51, marked in the lines of his face. A brow furrowed from hours reading, a pair of spectacles now balanced on his nose. But then some topic would spark in the light in his eyes, and she would see the boy he'd been, the passionate youth who came to Paris to find this. Great minds with great ideas. There's no sign of him today. Addie lifts a glass of wine from a low table and moves from room to room like a shadow cast against the wall, unnoticed but at ease. She listens and makes pleasant conversation and feels herself among the folds of history. She meets a naturalist with a fondness for marine life. And when she confesses she has never been to the scene, he spends the next half hour regaling her with tales of crustacean life, and it's a very pleasant way to pass the afternoon, and indeed, the night. This night more than most in need of such distraction. It has been 6 years, but she doesn't want to think of him. As the sun goes down and wine is swapped for port, she is having a lovely time, enjoying the company of the scientists, the men of letters. She could have known then. He would ruin it. Luke steps into the room like a gust of cold wind, dressed in shades of gray and black, from his boots to his cravat. Those green eyes, the only drop of color on him. 6 years in relief is the wrong word for what Addie feels at the sight of him, and yet it is the closest one. The sensation of a weight set down, a breath expelled, a body sighing in relief. There is no pleasure in it beyond the simple physical release, the relief of trading the unknown for the certain. She was waiting, and now she's not. No, now she's braced for trouble, for grief. Monsieur Lebois, says Madame Geoffrin, meeting her guest, and Addie wonders for a moment if their crossing paths is only a coincidence, if her shadow favors the salon, the minds fostering within. But the men who flock here worship progress instead of gods, and already Luke's attention has fixated squarely on her, his face scuffed with a coy and menacing light.
Madam,
he says in a voice loud enough to carry.
I fear you have opened your doors too wide.
Addie's stomach drops, and Madame Geoffrin draws back a little, as the conversation in the room seems to peter. What do you mean? She tries to back away, but the salon is crowded, the path muddled by legs and chains and chairs.
That woman there.
Heads begin to turn in Addie's direction.
Do you know her?
Madame Geoffrin does not, of course, not anymore, but she's too well bred to acknowledge such misstep. My salon is open to many, monsieur.
This time, you have been too generous,
says Luke.
That woman is a swindler and a thief, a truly wretched creature. Look,
he gestures.
She even wears one of your own gowns. Better check the pockets. Make sure that she hasn't stolen more than the cloth from your back.
And just like that, he has turned her game into his own. Addie starts toward the door, but there are men around her, on their feet. Stop her, announces Geoffrin. And she has no choice but to abandon it all, to rush for the door, to push past them, out of the salon and into the night. No one comes after her, of course, except for Luke. The darkness follows her on her heels, chuckling softly. She rounds on him. I thought you had better things to do than plague me.
And yet, I find the task so entertaining.
She shakes her head. This is nothing. You have marred one moment, ruined one night. But because of my gift, I have a million more infinite chances to reinvent myself. I could walk back in right now and your slights would be forgotten as my face. Mischief glints in those green eyes.
You'll find my word won't fade as fast as yours.
He shrugs.
Will not remember you, of course. But ideas are so much wilder than memories. So much faster to take root.
It will be 50 years before she realizes that he is right. Ideas are wilder than memories. She can plant them too. Damn. I love the interactions between Addie and the darkness. Damn. It's getting really good. It really is. It's amazing. But now we're jumping back forward in time to March 16th, 2014 in New York. The dinner party she's at. There is a magic to this evening, a defiant pleasure in a simple act. Addie spends the first hour holding her breath, bracing for catastrophe. But somewhere between the salad and the main course, between the first glass and the second, she exhales. Sitting there between Henry and Elise, between warmth and laughter, she can almost believe that it is real, that she belongs, a normal girl beside a normal boy at a normal dinner party. She and Bea talk about art, and she and Josh talk about Paris, and she and Elise talk about wine. And Henry's hand finds her knee beneath the table, and it is all so wonderfully simple and warm. She wants to hold the night like a chocolate on her tongue, savor every second before it melts. Only Robbie seems unhappy, even though Josh has been trying to flirt with him all night. He shifts in his seat, a performer in search of a spotlight. He drinks too much, too fast, unable to sit still for more than a few minutes. It is the same restless energy Addie saw in Henry, but tonight he seems perfectly at ease. Once, Elise goes to the bathroom and Addie thinks that's it, the domino that tips the rest. And sure enough, when she returns to the table, Addie can see the confusion on the girl's face. But it's the kind of embarrassment you cover instead of show. And she says nothing, only shakes her head as if to clear a thought, and smiles. And Addie imagines her wondering if she's had too much to drink. Imagines her pulling Beatrice aside before dessert and whispering that she cannot remember her name. Robbie and their hostess, meanwhile, are deep in conversation. Bea, he whines. Can't we just... My party, my rules. When it was your birthday, we went to a sex club in Bushwick. Robbie rolls his eyes. It was an exhibitionist-themed music venue. It was a sex club, Henry and Bea say at the same time. Wait, Addie leans forward in her seat. Is it your birthday? No, Bea says emphatically. Beatrice hates birthdays, explains Henry. She won't tell us when hers is. The closest we've gotten that it's in April, or March, or May. So any dinner party in the spring could conceivably be one of the nearest to her birthday. Bea sips her wine and shrugs. I don't see the point, it's just a day. Why pull all this pressure on it? So he can get presents, obviously, says Robbie. I understand, says Addie. The nicest days are always the ones we don't plan. Robbie glowers. What did you say your name was? Andy? She goes to correct him, only to feel the letters lodge in her throat. The curse coils tight, strangling the word. It's Addie, says Henry, and you're being an ass. A nervous current runs across the table, and Elise, clearly looking to smooth the energy, cuts into a petit foie and says, "This dessert is amazing, Henry." And he says, "It was all Addie's doing." and that is enough to tip Robbie like a glass and send him spilling over. She shoves up from the table with a rush of breath. I need a smoke. Not in here, says Bea. Take it to the roof. And Addie knows that is the end of the beautiful night. The door is slamming shut because she cannot stop them. And once she's out of sight, Josh rises. I could use one too. You just want to get out of doing dishes, says Bea. But the two of them are already heading for the door, out of sight and out of mind. And this, she thinks, is midnight. This is how the magic ends. This is how you turn back into a pumpkin. I should go, she says. Bea tries to convince her to stay, says to not let Robbie get to her. And Addie says that it's not his fault, that it's been a long day. Says thank you for the lovely meal, thank you for the company. And really, she was lucky to get this far, lucky to have this time, this night, this tiny glimpse of normal. Addie, wait, says Henry. But she kisses him, quick, and slips away out of the apartment and down the steps and into the dark. She sighs and slows, her lungs aching in the sudden cold. And despite the doors and walls between them, she can feel the weight of what she had left behind. And she wishes she could have stayed, wishes that when Henry had said wait, she had said come with me. But she knows it is not fair to make him choose. He is full of roots, while she has only branches. And then she hears the steps behind her and slows, shivers, even now after all this time, expecting Luke. Luke, who always knew when she's brittle. But it is not the darkness, only a boy with fogging glasses and an open coat. You left so fast, says Harry. You caught up, says Addie. And perhaps she should feel guilty, but she's only grateful. She has gotten good at losing things, but Henry is still here. Friends are messy sometimes, aren't they? Yeah, she says, even though she has no idea. I'm sorry, he says, nodding back at the building. I don't know what got into him. But Addie does. Live long enough and people open like books. Robbie is a romance novel, a tale of broken hearts. He's so clearly lovesick.
No.
Hey Tubbs, how's it going? You said you were just friends. We are, and he insists. I love him like family, I always will, but I never stand back and crumble right now. Let's go. She thinks of the photo, Robbie's head bowed against Henry's cheek. Thinks of the look on his face when Bea said that she was his date, and wonders how he doesn't see it. He's still in love with you. Henry deflates. I know, he says, but I can't love him back. Can't. Not won't, not shouldn't. Addie looks at Henry, meets him eye to eye. Is there anything else you want to tell me? She doesn't know what she expects him to say. What truth could possibly explain his enduring presence? But for a second, when he looks back at her, there's a brief and blinding sadness. But then he pulls her close and groans and says in a soft and vanquished voice, I'm so full. And Addie laughs despite herself. It is too cold to stand, and so they walk together through the dark. And she doesn't even notice they have reached his place until she sees the blue door. She's tired, and he's so warm. She does not want to go, and he does not ask her to. Oh god. 1 second. All right. Now we're a day ahead. Now we're March 17th, 2014 in New York City. Addie has woken up 100 ways. To frost forming on her skin, and the sun so hot it should have burned. To empty places and ones that should have been. To wars raging overhead, and the ocean rocking against a hull. To sirens and city noise, and silence, and once a snake coiled by her head. But Henry Strauss wakes her with kisses. He plants them one by one, like flower bulbs, lets them blossom on her skin. Addie smiles and rolls against him, pulls his arm around her like a cloak. The darkness whispered in her head,
"Without me, you will always be alone."
But instead she listens to the sound of Henry's heart, to the soft murmur of his voice in her hair as he asks if she's hungry. It is late, and he should be at work, but he tells her the last word is closed on Mondays. He can't possibly know that she remembers the little wooden sign, the hours next to every day. The shop is only closed on Thursdays, but she doesn't correct him. They pull out on clothes and amble down to the corner shop, where Henry buys egg and cheese rolls from the counter. And Addie wanders to the case in search of juice. And that is when she hears the bell. That is when she sees a tawny head and a familiar face as Robbie stumbles in. That is when her heart drops, the way it does when you miss a step, the sudden lurch of a body off balance. Addie has gotten good at losing. She isn't ready. And she wants to stop time, to hide, to disappear. But for once, she can't. Robbie sees Henry, and Henry sees her. And they're in a triangle of one-way streets. A comedy of memory and absence and terrible luck as Henry wraps an arm around her waist. And Robbie looks at Addie with ice in his eyes and says, "Who's this?" "It's not funny," says Henry. "Are you still drunk?" Robbie draws back, indignant. What? No, I've never seen this girl. You never said you met someone. It is a car crash in slow motion, and Addie knew it was bound to happen. The inevitable collision of people and place, time, and circumstance. Henry is an impossible thing. We're a strange and beautiful oasis. But he's also human, and humans have friends, have families, have 1,000 strands tying them to other people. Unlike her, he has never been untethered, never existed in a void. So it was inevitable. But she still isn't ready. Fuck's sake, Rob, you just met her. Pretty sure I'd remember. Robbie's eyes darken. Then again, these days it's kind of hard to keep them straight. The space between them collapses as Henry steps in. Addie gets there first, catches his hand as it lifts, pulls him back. Yeah, Abby, I'm really curious on how this is gonna go. Henry, stop! It was such a lovely jar she had kept them in. But the glass is cracking now, the water leaking through. Robbie looks at Henry, stunned, betrayed, and she understands. It is not fair. It is never fair. Come on, she says, squeezing his hand. Henry's attention finally drags toward her. Please, she says, come with me. They spill out into the street, the morning's peace forgotten, left behind with the OJ and the sandwiches. Henry is shaking with anger. I'm sorry, he says. Robbie can be an ass, but that was... Addie closes her eyes, sinks back against the wall. It's not his fault. She could salvage this, hold the breaking jar, keep her fingers over the cracks. But how long? How long can she keep Henry to herself? How long can she keep him from noticing the curse? I don't think he remembered me. Henry squints, clearly confused. How could he not? Addie hesitates. It is easy to be honest when there are no wrong words, because the words don't stick. But whatever you say belongs to only you. But Henry is different. When whatever you say only belongs to you, but Henry is different. He hears her. He remembers. And suddenly every word is full of weight. Honesty, such a heavy thing. She only has one chance. She can lie to him like she would anyone else. But if she starts, she'll never be able to stop. And even more than that, she doesn't want to lie to him. She's waited too long to be heard, seen. So Addie throws herself into the truth. You know how some people have face blindness? They look at friends, family, people they've known their whole lives and they don't recognize them? Henry frowns. In theory, sure. Well, I have the opposite. You remember everyone? No, says Eddie. I mean, yes, I do, but that's not what I'm talking about. It's that people forget me. Even if we've met 100 times. They forget. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Of course it doesn't. I know, she says, but it's the truth. If we went back in that store right now, Robbie wouldn't remember. You could introduce me, but the moment I walked away, the moment I was out of sight, he'd forgot again. Henry shakes his head. How? Why? The smallest questions, the biggest answer. Because I was a fool, because I was afraid, because I wasn't careful. Because, she says, slumping back against the concrete wall, I'm cursed. Henry stares at her, brow furrowed behind his glasses. I don't understand. Addie takes a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. And then, because she has decided to tell the truth, that is what she does. My name is Addie Larue. I was born in Vion in the year 1691. My parents were John and Marthe, and we lived in a stone house just beyond an old yew tree. And then it cuts to the fucking 1764 now. Are you fucking kidding me? Now we're going back to France. Oh my god. She told him. Oh my fucking god. What? Holy shit. That's crazy. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, fucking hell. Oops. Oh my god. That's clear. All right, give me a second. Oh my god. Kind of want this book now. It's really good. It's really nice. Oh. All right, so now we're back. Oh man, we're no longer in Paris, France. Though we're back in Vion-sur-Sarthe, her home village. But 1764. That's 50 years after the curse. Oh, I'm scared as well. I'm scared as well, Abby. So we're like 50 years into the curse in France now. The cart rattled to a stop beside the river. I can take you further, says the driver, gripping the reins. We're still a mile out. That's all right, she says. I know the way. An unknown cart and driver might draw attention, and Addie would rather return the way she left. The way she learned every inch of this place. On foot. She pays the man and steps down, the edge of her gray cloak skimming the dirt. She hasn't bothered with luggage, has learned to travel light, or rather, to let go of things as easily as she comes into them. It is simpler that way. Things are too hard to hold on to. You're from here then? He asks, and Addie squints into the sun. I am, he says, but I've been gone a long time. The driver looks her up and down. Not too long. You'd be surprised, she says. And then he cracks the whip, and the cart trundles off. And she's alone again. in a land she knows down to her bones, in a place she has not been in 50 years. Strange, twice as long away as she was here, and still feels like home. One second. Mm. Okay. She doesn't know when she made the decision to come back, or even how, only that it had been building in her like a storm. From the time spring began to feel like summer, the heaviness rolling in like the promise of rain. Until she could see the dark clouds on the horizon, hear the thunder in her head, urging her to go. Like summer, the heaviness rolling in like a promise of rain, until she could see the dark clouds on the horizon, hear the thunder in her head urging her to go. Perhaps it is a ritual of sorts, this return, a way to cleanse herself, to set Vion firmly in the past. Perhaps she's trying to let go, or perhaps she's trying to hold on. She will not stay, that much she knows. Sunlight glints on the surface of the south, and for an instant she thinks of praying, sinking her hands into the shallow stream. But she has nothing to offer the river gods now, and nothing to say to them. They did not answer when it mattered. Sorry. She will not stay. That much she knows. You okay? Yeah, no, I just had to reply to somebody. Sunlight glints on the surface of the south, and for an instant she thinks of praying, sinking her hands into the shallow stream. She has nothing to offer the river gods now, nothing to say to them. They did not answer when it mattered. Around the bend and beyond a copse of trees, Vion rises amid the shallow hills. Gray stone houses nestled in the basin of the valley. It has grown a little, widened like a man in middle age, inching outward, but it is still Vion. There is the church and the town square, and there, beyond the center of the town, the dark green line of the woods. She does not go through town, instead bends around it to the south, toward home. The old yew tree still stands sentinel at the end of the lane. 50 years have added a few knotted angles to its limbs, a measure of width around its base, but otherwise it is the same. This is the same. And for an instant, when all she can see is the edge of the house, time stutters and slips. She's 23 again, walking home from town or the river. Or Isabel's, washing on her hip and the drawing pad under her arm. In any moment, she will see her mother in the open doorway, flour powdering her wrists. Will hear the steady chop of her father's axe, the soft hush of their mare, Maxine, swishing her tail and munching grass. God. Hard to type with one hand right now while holding the book. There you go. But then she nears the house and the illusion crumbles back into memory. The horse is gone, of course, and in the yard, her father's workshop now leans tiredly to one side, while across the weedy grass her parents' cottage sits, dark and still. What did she expect? 50 years. Addie knew they would no longer be there, but the sight of this place, decaying, abandoned, still unnerves her. Her feet move to their own accord, carrying her down the dirt lane, through the yards to the sloping ruins of her father's shop. She eases the open door. The wood is rotted, crumbling, and steps into the shed. Sunlight streams through the broken boards, striping the dark, and the air smells of decay instead of fresh scraped wood. Earthy and sweet, every surface is covered in mold and damp and dust. Tools her father sharpened every day now lie abandoned, rusted, brown and red. The shelves are mostly empty. The wooden birds are gone, but a large bowl sits half-finished beneath a curtain of cobwebs and grime. She runs her hand through the dust, watches it gather again in her wake. How long has she been gone? She forces herself back out into the yard and stops. The house has come to life, or at least begun to stir. A thin ribbon of smoke rises from the chimney. A window sits open, thin curtains rippling softly in the draft. Someone is still here. Oh. What? She should go. She knows she should. This place isn't hers, not anymore. But she's already crossing the yard, already reaching out to knock. Her fingers slow, remembering that night. The last one of another life. She hovers there on the step, willing her hand to choose. But she has already announced herself. The curtain flutters, a shadow crossing the window, and Addie can only retreat 2 steps, 3, before the doors open a crack. Just enough to reveal a sliver of a wrinkled cheek, a scowling blue eye. "Who's there?" The woman's voice is brittle, but it still lands like a stone in Addie's chest, knocks the air away, and she is sure that even if she were mortal, her mind softened by time, she would still remember this. The sound of her mother's voice. The door groans open, and there she is, withered like a plant in winter, gnarled fingers clutching a threadbare shawl. She's old, anciently so, but alive. "Do I know you?" asks her mother, but there's no hint of recognition in her voice, only the doubt of the old and the unsure. Addie shakes her head. Afterwards, she will wonder if she could have answered yes, if her mother's mind, emptied of memory, could have made room for that one truth. If she might have invited her daughter in to sit beside the hearth and share a simple meal, so that when Addie left, she could have something to hold on to besides the version of her mother shutting her out. But she doesn't. She tries to tell herself that this woman stopped being her mother when she stopped being her daughter. But of course, it doesn't work that way. And yet it must. She has already grieved, and though the shock of the woman's face is sharp, the pain is shallow. "What do you want?" demands Marthe Larue. And that is another question she can't answer, because she doesn't know. She looks past the old woman, into the dim hall that used to be her home. And only then does a strange hope rise inside her chest. If her mother is alive, then maybe. But she knows. Knows by the cobwebs in the workshop door, the dust on the half-finished bowl. Knows by the weary look in her mother's face, and the dark, disheveled state of the cottage behind her. "I'm sorry," she says, backing away. And the woman does not ask what for, only stares, unblinking as she goes. The door groans shut, and Addie knows. She walks away, and she will never see her mother again. Ah! And now we're jumping back to 2014, New York, Henry and Addie. It is easy enough to say the words. After all, the story has never been the hard part. It is a secret she has tried to share so many times with Isabel, with Remy, with friends and strangers and anyone who might listen, and every time she has watched their expressions flatten, their faces go blank, watched the words hang in the air before her like smoke before being blown away. But Henry looks at her and listens. He listens as she tells him of the wedding and the prayers that went unanswered, the offerings made at dawn and dusk, of the darkness in the woods parading as a man, of her wish and his refusal, and her mistake. "You can have my soul when I don't want it anymore." Listens as he tells him of living forever, of being forgotten and giving up. When she finishes, she holds her breath, expecting Henry to blink away the fog, to ask what she was about to say. Instead, his eyes narrow with such peculiar focus, and she realizes, heart racing, that he has heard every word. Made a deal? He says. There's a detachment in his voice, an unnerving calm. And of course, it sounds like madness. Of course, he doesn't believe her. This is how she loses him, not to memory, but to disbelief. And then out of nowhere, Henry laughs. He sags against the bike rack, head in the hand, and laughs. And she thinks he's gone mad, thinks she's broken something in him, thinks even that he is mocking her. But it is not the kind of laughter that follows a joke. It is too manic, too breathless. You made a deal, he says again. She swallows. Look, I know how it sounds, but I believe you. She blinks, suddenly confused. What? I believe you, he says again. 3 small words, as rare as I remember you. And it should be enough, but it's not. Nothing makes sense. Not Henry, not this. It hasn't since the start, and she's been too afraid to ask, to know, as if knowing would bring the whole dream crashing down. But she can see the cracks in his shoulders, can feel them in her chest. Who are you, she wants to ask. Why are you different? How do you remember when no one else can? Why do you believe I have made a deal? In the end, she says only one thing. Why? And Henry's hands fall away from his face, and he looks up at her, his green eyes fever bright, and says, because I made one too. And that's the end of the entire chapter. What? I mean, I kind of figured that's probably why he remembered, but what the fuck? Now we're in chapter 4, which is called The Man Who Stayed Dry in the Rain. Wait, are we going? Okay, we're going back in time just a little bit. Because right now we were in March 17th, 2014. Now we're in September 4th, 2013. So we're a few months back. A boy is born with a broken heart. The doctors go in and piece it back together, make it whole, and the baby is sent home, lucky to be alive. They say he is better now, that he can live a normal life. And yet, as he grows up, he's convinced something is still wrong inside. The blood pumps, the valves open and close. And on the scans and screens, everything functions as it should. But something isn't right. They felt his heart too open. Forgotten to close back up the armor of his chest. And now he feels too much. Other people would call him sensitive, but it is more than that. The dial is broken, the volume turned all the way up. Moments of joy register as brief but ecstatic. Moments of pain stretch long and unbearably loud. When his first dog dies, Henry cries for a week. When his parents argue and he cannot bear the violence in their words, he runs away from home. It takes more than a day to bring him back. When David throws away his childhood bare, when his first girlfriend Abigail stands him up at the dance, when they have to dissect a pig in class, when he loses the card his grandfather gave him before he passed, when he finds Liz cheating on him during their senior trip, when Robbie dumps him before his junior year, every time, no matter how small or how big, it feels like his heart is breaking again inside his chest. Henry is 14 the first time he steals a swig of his father's liquor, just to turn the volume down. He is 16 when he swipes 2 pills from his mother's cabinet just to dull the ache. He's 20 when he gets so high that he thinks that he can see the cracks along his skins, the places where he's falling apart. His heart has a draft. It lets in light, it lets in storms, it lets in everything. Time moves so fucking fast. Okay. Time moves so fucking fast. Blink, and you're halfway through school, paralyzed by the idea that whatever you choose to do, it means choosing not to do 100 other things. So you change your major half a dozen times before finally ending up in theology. And for a while it seems like the right path. But that's really just a reflex to the pride on your parents' faces. Because they assume they've got a bubbling rabbi. But the truth is, you have no desire to practice. You see the holy texts and stories, sweeping epics, and the more you study, the less you believe in any of it. Blink, and you're 24, and you travel through Europe, thinking, hoping that the change will spark something in you, that a glimpse of the greater, grander world will bring your own into focus. And for a little while it does. But there's no job, no future, only an interlude. And when it's over, your bank account is dry and you're not any closer to anything. Blink, and you're 26, and you're called into a dean's office because he can tell that your heart's not in it anymore. And he advises you to find another path. And he assures you that you'll never find you'll find your calling. But that's the whole problem. You've never felt called to any one thing. There's no violent push in one direction, but a softer nudge 100 different ways. And now, all of them feel out of reach. Blink, and you're 28, and everyone else is now a mile down the road, and you're still trying to find it. And the irony is hardly lost on you, that in wanting to live, to learn, to find yourself, you've gotten lost. Blink, and you meet a girl. The first time Henry saw Tabitha Masters, she was dancing. There must have been 10 of them on stage. Henry was there to see Robbie perform, but her limbs had a pull, her form a kind of gravity. His gaze kept falling back toward her. She was the kind of pretty that steals your breath, and the kind you can't really capture in a photo, because the magic is in the movement. The way she moved, it was a story told with nothing but a melody and a bend of her spine. An outstretched hand, a slow descent to the darkened floor. The first time they met was at an after party. On stage, her features were a mask, a canvas for other people's art. But there, in a crowded room, all Henry could see was her smile. It took her for an entire face, from a pointed chin to the line of her hair, an all-consuming kind of joy he couldn't look away from. She was laughing at something. He could never find out what. It was like someone went and turned on all the lights in the room. And there and then, his heart began to ache. It took Henry 30 minutes and 3 drinks to work up the nerve to say hello. But from that moment onward, it was easy. The rhythm and flow of frequencies in sync. And by the end of the night, he was falling in love. He'd fallen before. Sophia in high school, Robbie in college, Sarah, Ethan, Jenna. But it was always hard, messy, full of starts and stops, wrong turns and dead ends. But with Tabitha, it was easy. 2 years, that's how long they were together. 2 years of dinner and breakfast and ice cream in the park, of dance rehearsals and rose bouquets, of sleeping over it at each other's place, of weekend brunch and binging TV shows, and trips upstate to meet his parents. 2 years of drinking less for her and staying clean for her, dressing up for her, and buying things he couldn't afford because he wanted to make her smile, wanted to make her happy. 2 years, not a single fight. And now he thinks that maybe that wasn't such a good thing after all. 2 years. And somewhere between a question and an answer, it fell apart. Down on one knee with a ring in the middle of the park. And Henry is such a fucking idiot. Because she said no. She said no, and that wasn't even the worst word. "You're great," she said. "You really are. But you're not." And she doesn't finish. She doesn't have to. Because he knows what comes next. "You're not right. You're not enough. I thought you wanted to get married." "I do, one day." The words crystal clear despite never being said. "But not to you." And then she walked away, and now Henry is here at the bar, and he's drunk, but not nearly drunk enough. He knows because the world is still there, because the entire night still feels too real, because everything still hurts. He's slumped forward, chin resting on his folded arms, staring through the collection of empty bottles on the table. He looks back from half a dozen warped reflections. The merchant is packed with bodies, a wall of white noise, so Robbie has to shout over the din. "Fuck her!" For some reason, coming from his ex-boyfriend, it doesn't make Henry feel much better. "I'm fine," he says, in that automatic way people always answer when you ask them how they are, even though his heart is hanging open on its hinges. "It's for the best," adds Bea. And if anyone else had said it, she would have banished them to the corner of the bar for being trite. 10-minute timeout for platitudes. But it's all anyone has for him tonight. Henry finishes the glass in front of him and reaches for another. "Slow down, kiddo," says Bea, rubbing his neck. "I'm fine," he says again. And they both know him well enough to know that this is a lie. They know about his broken heart. They both coaxed him through his storms. They are the best people in his life, the ones who hold him together, or at least, who keep him from falling apart. But right now, there are too many cracks. Right now, there's a chasm between their words and his ears, their hands and his skin. They are right there, but they feel so far away. He looks up, studying their expressions, all pity, no surprise, and the realization settles in over him like a chill. "You knew she'd say no." The silence lasts a beat too long. Bea and Robbie share a glance, as if trying to decide who will take the lead, and then Robbie reaches across for his hand. Henry. He wrenches back. You knew! He's on his feet now, nearly stumbling into the table behind him. Bea's face crumples. Come on, sit back down. No, no, no. Hey, says Robbie, steadying him. I'll walk you home. But Henry hates the way Robbie is looking at him. So he shakes his head, even though it makes the room blur. No, he says. I just want to be alone. The biggest lie he's ever told. But Robbie's hand falls away, and Bea shakes her head at him, and they both let Henry go. Henry's not drunk enough. He goes into a liquor store and buys a bottle of vodka from a guy who looks at him like he's already had enough, but also like he clearly needs it. Twists the cap off with his teeth, and it begins to rain. His phone buzzes in his pocket. Bea probably, or Robbie. Nobody else would call. He lets it ring, holds his breath until it stops. He tells himself that if they call again, he'll answer. If they call again, he'll tell them he's not okay. But the phone doesn't ring a second time. He doesn't blame them for that. Not now, not after. He knows he's not an easy friend. Knows. Should have seen it coming. Should have. The bottle slips through his fingers, shatters on the sidewalk. And he should leave it there, but he doesn't. He reaches to pick it up, and he loses his balance. His hand comes down on broken glass as he pushes himself back up. It hurts. Of course it hurts. But the pain is dampened a little by the vodka, by the well of grief, by his ruined heart, by everything else. Henry fumbles for the handkerchief in his pocket, the white silk stitched with a silver T. He hadn't wanted a box, that classic, impersonal casing that always gave away the question. But now, as he tucks the handkerchief out, the ring tumbles free, goes bouncing down the damp sidewalk. The words echo in his head. You're great, Henry. You really are, but you're not. He presses the handkerchief to his injured hand. In seconds, the silk is stained red, ruined. You're not enough. Hands are like heads. They always bleed too much. His brother David was the one who told him that. David, the doctor who's known what he wanted to be since he was 10 years old. Easy to stay on the path when the road is straight and the steps are numbered. Henry watches the handkerchief turn red, stares down at the diamond in the street, and thinks of leaving it. But he can't afford to, so he forces himself to bend over and pick it up. Wait, did I skip a page? No, okay. Take a drink every time you hear you're not enough. Not the right fit, not the right look, not the right focus, not the right drive, not the right time, not the right job, not the right path, not the right future, not the right present, not the right you. Not you, not me. There's just something missing. Missing. From us. What could I have done? Nothing. It's just who you are. I didn't think we were serious. You're just too sweet, soft, and sensitive. I just don't see us ending up together. I met someone. I'm sorry. It's not you. Swallow it down. We're not on the same page. We're not in the same place. It's not you. We can't help who we fall in love with and who we don't. You're such a good friend. You're going to make the right girl happy. You deserve better. Let's stay friends. I don't want to lose you. It's not you. I'm sorry. God damn. What the fuck? God. That's... Oh my god. Ad break, yeah. I'm just waiting. All too well, it feels, yeah, same. I really want to know. I want to know what his curse is and what his condition is. Because Addie's we know, but we don't know Henry's yet. And it seems very fresh considering it's only been like 5 months, 6 months. Compared to Addie's 300 years. Go to sleep now. Get some good rest, Shadow. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by, as always. Ads done. Welcome back, Abby. Yeah, I'm really curious what his deal is, because like we know Addie's deal and her curse and all, but we don't know Henry's yet. So let's see. God, this is so good though. And now he knows he's had too much to drink. He was trying to reach the place where he wouldn't feel, but he thinks he might have passed it. Wandered somewhere worse. His head spins, the sensation long past pleasant. He finds a couple pills in his back pocket, slipped there by his sister Muriel on her last visit. Little pink umbrellas, she told him. He swallows them dry as the drizzle turns to a downpour. Water drips into his hair, streaking his glasses and soaking through his shirt. He does not care. Maybe the rain will rinse him clean. Maybe it will wash him away. Henry reaches his building. He can't bring himself to climb the 6 steps to the door, the 24 more to his apartment that belongs to a past where he had a future. So he sinks onto the stoop, leans back, and looks up the place where the rooftop meets the sky, and wonders how many steps it takes to reach the edge, forces himself to stop, presses palms against his eyes, and tell himself it is just a storm. Batten down the hatches and wait it out. It is just a storm. It is just a storm. It's just... And he's not sure when the man sits down beside him on the step. 1 second, Henry is alone, and next he is not. He hears the snap of a lighter, a small flame dancing on the edge of his sight. Then, a voice. For just a second, it seems to come from everywhere. And then, from right beside him.
Bad night.
A question without a question mark. Henry looks over and sees a man dressed in slick charcoal suit beneath an open black trench. And for a horrible second, he thinks it's his brother David, here to remind Henry of all the ways he's a disappointment. They have the same black hair, the same sharp jaw, but David doesn't smoke, wouldn't be caught dead in this part of Brooklyn, isn't half as handsome. The longer Henry stares at the stranger, the more resemblance fades, replaced by the awareness that the man isn't getting wet. Even though the rain is still falling hard, still soaking through Henry's wool jacket, his cotton shirt, pressing cold hands against his skin. The stranger in the elegant suit makes no effort to shield the small flame of his lighter or the cigarette itself. He takes a long drag and leans his elbows against the soaking steps and tips his chin up as if welcoming the rain. It never touches him. It falls around him, but he stays dry. Henry thinks then that the man is a ghost or a wizard, or most likely a hallucination.
What do you want?
Asks the stranger, still studying the sky, and Henry cringes on instinct. There's no anger in the man's voice. If anything, it's curious questing. His head drifts back down and he looks at Henry with the greenest eyes he's ever seen, so bright they glitter in the dark.
Right now, in this moment,
says the stranger.
What do you want?
To be happy, answers Henry. Says the stranger, smoke sliding between his lips.
No one can give you that.
Not you. Henry has an idea of who this man is, or if he's even real, and he knows, even through the fog of drink and drug, that he should get up and go inside. But he can't will his legs to move. The world is too heavy and the words keep coming now, spilling out of him. I don't know what they want from me, he says. I don't know who they want me to be. They tell you to be yourself, but they don't mean it. I'm just tired. His voice breaks. I'm tired of falling short. Tired of being... It's not that I'm alone. I don't mind alone. But this... His fingers knot in his shirt front. It hurts. A hand rises beneath his chin.
Look at me, Henry,
says the stranger, who never asked his name. Henry looks up, meets the luminous eyes, sees something curl in them like smoke. The stranger is beautiful in a wolfish way, hungry and sharp. That emerald gaze slides over him.
You're perfect,
the man murmurs, stroking a thumb along Henry's cheek. His voice is silk, but Henry leans into it, into the touch, nearly loses his balance when the man's hand falls away.
Pain can be beautiful,
he says, exhaling a cloud of smoke.
It can transform. It can create.
But I don't want to be in pain, says Henry hoarsely. You
want to be loved.
A small, empty sound, half cough, half sob. Yes.
Then be loved.
You make it sound simple.
It is, says the stranger, if you're willing to pay.
Henry chokes out a laugh. I'm not looking for that kind of love. The dark flicker of a smile plays across the stranger's face.
And I'm not talking about money.
What else is there? The stranger reaches out and rests his hand against Harry's sternum.
The one thing every human has to give.
For an instant, Henry thinks the stranger wants his heart, as broken as it is, and then he understands. He works at a bookstore, has read enough epics, devoured the allegories and myths. Hell, Henry spent the first 2/3 of his life studying scripture, and he grew up in a steady diet of Blake, Milton, and Faust. But it has been a long time since any of them felt like more than stories. Who are you? He asks.
I am the one who sees kindling and coaxes it to flame. The murderer of the nurturer of all human potential.
He stares at the stranger, still dry despite the storm. A devil's beauty in a familiar face, and those eyes suddenly more serpentine, and Henry knows this for what it is, a waking dream. He had them once or twice before, a consequence of aggressive self-medication. I don't believe in devils, he says, rising to his feet, and I don't believe in souls. The stranger cranes his head.
Then you have nothing to lose.
The bone-deep sadness kept at bay the last few minutes by the stranger's easy company now rushes back. Pressure against cracking glass. He sways a little, but the stranger steadies him. Henry doesn't remember seeing the other man stand, but now they're eye to eye. And when the devil speaks again, there's a new depth to his voice, a steady warmth like a blanket drawn around his shoulders. Henry feels himself lean into it.
You want to be loved,
says the stranger,
by all of them. You want to be enough for all of them. I can give that to you for the price of something you won't even miss.
The stranger holds out his hand.
Well, Henry, what do you say?
He doesn't think any of this is real, so it doesn't matter. Or perhaps the man in the rain is right. He just has nothing left to lose. In the end, it's easy. As easy as stepping off the edge and falling. Henry takes his hand, and the stranger squeezes hard enough to reopen the cuts along his palm. But at last, he doesn't feel it. He doesn't feel anything, as the darkness smiles and says a single word.
Deal.
Oh my fucking god. Ah! Ah! This is crazy. This is so crazy. But now we're actually jumping back to March 17th, 2014. So to Addie and Henry together. It's now loved by everyone, I guess. But he doesn't have the curse of everybody not remembering him like Addie, because Addie cannot leave a mark on the world, so that's why they don't remember her. So I don't know what his trade-off is at that point, if there even is a trade-off. But yeah, we're back to them too. There are 100 kinds of silence. There's the thick silence of places long sealed shut. and the muffled silence of ears stoppered up. The empty silence of the dead and the heavy silence of the dying. There's a hollow silence of a man who has stopped praying, and the airy silence of an empty synagogue, and the held breath silence of someone hiding from themselves. There's the awkward silence that fills the space between people who don't know what to say, and the taut silence that falls over those who do, but don't know where or how to start. Henry doesn't know what kind of silence this is, but it is killing him. He began to talk outside the corner shop and kept talking as they walked because it was easier for him to speak when he had somewhere to look beside her face. The words spilled out of him as they reached the blue door of his building, as they climbed the stairs, as they moved through the apartment, and now the truth fills the air between them, heavy as smoke, and Addie isn't saying anything. She sits on the sofa, her chin in her hand. Outside the window, the day just carries on as if nothing's changed, but it feels like everything has, because Addie Larue is immortal, and Henry Strauss is damned. Addie, he says when he cannot stand it anymore, please say something. She looks up at him, eyes shining, not with some spell, but tears. And he does not know at first if she is heartbroken or happy. I couldn't understand, she says. No one has ever remembered. I thought it was an accident. I thought it was a trap, but you're not an accident, Henry. You're not a trap. You remember me because you made a deal. Oh god. Okay, wait. You said you were born in 1691, he muses. That makes you 323, she says. Henry whistles. I've never been with an older woman. Addie laughs. You do look very, very good for your age. Why, thank you. Tell me about it, he says. About what? I don't know. Everything. 300 years, it's such a long time. You were there for wars and revolutions. You saw trains and cars and planes and televisions. You witnessed history as it was happening. Addie frowns. I guess so, she says. Oh no. History is something you look back on, not something you really feel at the time. In the moment, you're just living. I didn't want to live forever. I just wanted to live. She curls into him, and they lie, heads together on the couch, intertwined like lovers in a fable. And a new silence settles over them like a light as a summer sheet. And then she says, how long? His head rolls toward her. What? When you made your deal, she says, voice careful and light, a foot testing icy ground. How long did you make it for? Henry hesitates and looks up at the ceiling instead of her. A lifetime, he says, and it's not a lie, but a shadow crosses Addie's face. And he agreed? Henry nods and pulls her back against him, exhausted by everything he said and everything he hasn't. A lifetime, she whispers. The words hang between them in the dark. Now the thing is, though, how long is that lifetime? Does he have a shortened lifespan? Does he have a longer lifespan? Is he just gonna fucking die the next year or something? God damn. All right. I think it's time for a little break here, though, real quick. Like it's still a 5-minute break. I'm gonna catch some air, stretch a little bit, and then we'll continue. It's just gonna pick up right on the next morning, I guess, because it jumps to March 18th the next day. Process what was just read. Yeah, that is insane. This book is so good. All right, so I'll be right back, guys. right, I'm back. Damn. Damn. What a book. All right, all right. It's so fucking good. Oh my god. uh, we'll probably like read a few more parts, see how it goes, and then we'll just go do something else. Maybe play some Genshin, play some Nia, watch some videos maybe or something. I don't know. I have a video I saw earlier on my recommended that I haven't watched yet. Maybe we could watch that together. I don't know yet. We'll see. But oh god, cause like my neck is hurting a little bit. Okay. Let's see how this continues. Oh god. There we go. So now we're a day later, March 18th, 2014. Addie is so many things. Thanks, Henry. She's not forgettable. How could anyone forget this girl when she takes up so much space? Gonna head to bed, but I'll still be here. Okay, Abby, please get some good sleep. Rest well. She fills the room with stories, with laughter, with warmth and light. He has put her to work. Or rather, she has put herself to work, restocking and reshelving while he helps customers. She has called herself a ghost, and she may be one to other people, but Henry cannot look anywhere but at her. She moves among the books as if they're friends, and perhaps, in a way, they are. They are, he supposes, a part of her story, another thing she's touched. Not sleeping, but relaxing. Ah, okay. Here, she says, is a writer she once met. And here's an idea she had. Here, a book that she read when it first came out. Now and then, Henry glimpses sadness, glimpses longing, but there are only flashes, and then she redoubles, brightens, launching into another story. Did you know Hemingway? He asks. We met once or twice, she says with a smile. But Colette was cleverer. Book trails Addie like a shadow. He has never seen the cat so invested in another human. And when he asks, she draws a handful of treats from her pocket with a sheepish grin. Their eyes meet now across the store, and knows she said she's not immune, that their deals simply work together. But the fact remains that there is no shimmer in these brown eyes. Her gaze is clear, a lighthouse through the fog. She smiles, and Henry's world goes brighter. She turns away, and it is dark again. A woman approaches the checkout desk, and Henry drags himself back. Find everything you need? Her eyes are already milky with shine. Oh, yes, the woman says with a warm smile, and he wonders what he sees instead of Henry. Is he a son, or a lover, a brother, a friend? Addie leans her elbows on the counter. She taps the book he's been turning through between customers. A collection of modern candidates in New York. I noticed the cameras at your place, she says. And the photographs. They're yours, aren't they? Henry nods, resists the urge to say it's just a hobby. Or rather, it was a hobby once. You're very good, she says. Which is nice, especially coming from her. And he's fine, he knows. Maybe even a little better than fine sometimes. He took headshots for Robbie back in college. But that was because Robbie couldn't afford a real photographer. Muriel caught his photos cute, subversive in a conventional way. But Henry wasn't trying to subvert anything. He just wanted to capture something. He looks down at the book. There's this family photo, he says. Not the one in the hall. This other one. From back when I was 6 or 7. That day was awful. Muriel put gum in David's book, and I had a cold, and my parents were fighting right up in the flash. Right up at the flat until the flash went off. And in the photo, we all looked so happy. I remember seeing that picture and realizing that photographs weren't real. There's no context, just the illusion that you're showing a snapshot of a life. But life isn't snapshots, it's fluid. So photos are like fictions. I love that about them. Everyone thinks photography is truth, but it's just a very convincing lie. Why did you stop? Because time doesn't work like photos. Click and it stays still. Blink and it leaps forward. He always thought of taking photos as a hobby, an art class credit. And by the time he figured out that it was something you could do, it was too late. Or at least, it felt that way. He was too many miles behind. So he gave up, put the cameras on the shelf with the rest of the abandoned hobbies. But something about Addie makes him want to pick one up again. He doesn't have a camera with him, of course, only his cell phone. These days, that is good enough. He lifts it up, framing Addie at rest, the bookshelves rising at her back. It won't work, she says, right as Henry takes the picture, or tries. He taps the screen, but there's no click, no capture. He tries again, and this time the phone takes the photo, but it is a blur. I told you, she says softly. I don't get it, he says. It was so long ago, how could we have predicted film or phones? Addie manages a sad smile. Not the technology he tampered with. It's me. Henry pictures the stranger smiling in the dark. He sets the phone down. And now we're making a little jump back again to September. So right around the time Henry got his curse. Henry wakes to the blare of morning traffic. He winces at the sound of car horns, the sunlight screaming through the window. He reaches for the memories of last night and for a second comes up with nothing. A flat black slate, a cottony of silence. But when he squeezes his eyes shut, the darkness cracks, gives way to a wave of pain and sadness, a medley of broken bottles and heavy rain and a stranger in a black suit, a conversation that must have been a dream. Henry knows that Tabitha said no. That part was real. The memory too stinging to be anything but true. That is, after all, why he started drinking. The drinking is what led him home through the rain, to rest on the stoop before going inside. And that is where the stranger... But no, that part didn't happen. The stranger in the conversation, that was the stuff of stories, a clear subconscious commentary his demons played out in mental desperation. A headache thuds dully in Harry's skull. Okay, wait, ad break. Then we're gonna wait here for a moment during the ad break going on. Man, I feel bad for both of them. Ooh, nice. Okay. All right. Ads done. Nice. I can. All right. Let's continue. A headache thuds dully in Henry's skull, and he scrubs at his eyes with the back of one hand. A metal weight knocks against his cheek. He squints up and sees a dark leather band around his wrist. An elegant analog watch with gold numerals set against an onyx ground. On its face, a single golden hand rests the barest fraction off of midnight. Henry has never worn a watch. The sight of it, heavy and unfamiliar on his wrist, reminds Henry of a shackle. He sits up, clawing at the clasp, consumed by the sudden fear that it is bound to him, that it won't come off. But at the slightest pressure, the clasp comes free, and the watch tumbles into the twisted duvet. It lands face down, and there, on the reverse, Henry sees two words etched in hairline script. Live well. He scrambles out of the bed, away from the watch, stares at the timepiece as if expecting it to attack, but it just lies there, silent. His heart knocks inside his chest so loud he can hear it. He's back in the dark, rain dripping through his hair as the stranger smiles and holds out his hand.
Deal.
But that didn't happen. Henry looks at his palm and sees the shallow cuts, crusted over with blood, notices the drops of brownish red dotting like the sheets. Broken bottle. That was real then, too. But the devil's hand in his? That was a fever dream. Pain can do that, creep from waking hours into sleep. Once, when he was 9 or 10, Henry had strep throat, the pain so bad that every time he drifted off to sleep, he dreamed of swallowing hot coals, of being trapped in burning buildings, the smoke clawing down his throat. The mind trying to make sense of suffering. But the watch? Henry can hear a low, rhythmic knocking as he holds it to his ear. It doesn't make any other sound. One night soon he will take the thing apart, but find the body empty of cogs, empty of anything to explain the creeping forward motion. And yet it is solid, heavy even in his hands. It feels real. The knocking gets louder, and then he realizes it's not coming from the watch at all. It's just the solid thud of knuckles on wood. Someone at his door. Henry holds his breath, waits to see if it will stop, but it doesn't. He backs away from the watch, the bed, grabs a clean shirt from the back of the chair. "Coming," he mutters, dragging it over his head. The collar snags on his glasses, and he catches his shoulders on the doorframe, swearing softly, hoping all the way from the bedroom to the front door that the person beyond will give up and go away. They don't. So Henry opens the door expecting to see Bea or Robbie or maybe Helen down the hall, looking again for her cat. But it's his sister, Muriel. Muriel, who has been to Henry's place exactly twice in the last 5 years, and once it was because she had too much herbal tea at a lunch meeting and couldn't make it back to Chelsea. "What are you doing here?" he asks, but she's already brushing past him, unwinding a scarf that's more decorative than functional. Does family need a reason? The question is clearly rhetorical. She turns, her eyes sweeping over him, the way he imagines they sweep over exhibits. And he waits for her usual assessment, some variation of, "You look like shit." Instead, his sister says, "You're looking good," with a strange... Which is strange because Muriel has never been one to lie. She doesn't like to encourage fallacy in a world rife with empty speech. And a passing glance in the hall mirror is enough to confirm that Henry does in fact look almost as rough as he feels. "Beatrice texted me last night when you didn't answer your phone," she continues. "She told me about Tabitha and the whole no-go." "I'm sorry, Hen." Muriel hugs him, and Henry doesn't know where to put his hands. They end up hovering in the air around her shoulders until she lets go. What happened? Was she cheating? And Henry wishes the answer were yes, because the truth is worse. The truth is that he simply wasn't interesting enough. "Doesn't matter," continues Muriel. "Fuck her, you deserve better." He almost laughs because he can't count how many times Muriel pointed out that Tabitha was out of his league. She glances around at the apartment. "Did you redecorate? It's all cozy in here." Henry surveys the living room, dotted with candles and art and other remnants of Tabitha. The clutter is his. The style was hers. No. His sister is still standing. Muriel never sits, never settles, never even perches. "Well, I can see you're fine," she says. "But next time, answer your phone." "Oh," she adds, taking her scarf back already halfway to the door. "Happy New Year." It takes him a moment to remember. Rosh Hashanah. Muriel sees the confusion on his face and grins. You would have made such a good such a bad rabbi. He doesn't disagree. Henry would normally go home. They both would. But David couldn't get away from his hospital shift this year, so their parents had made other plans. Are you going to temple? He asks now. No, says Muriel. But there's a show uptown tonight. A kinky burlesque hybrid, and I'm sure there's going to be some fire play. I'll light a candle on someone. Mom and Dad would be so proud, he says dryly, but in truth he suspects they would. Muriel Strauss can do no wrong. She shrugs. We all celebrate in our own way. She twists the scarf back into the place with a flourish. I'll see you for Yom Kippur. Muriel reaches for the door and then turns back toward him and stretches up to ruffle Henry's hair. My little storm cloud, she says. Don't let it get too dark in there. And she's gone, and Henry sags back against the door, dazed, tired, and thoroughly confused. Henry has heard that grief has stages. He wonders if the same is true for love, if it's normal to feel lost and angry and sad, hollow, and somehow horribly relieved. Maybe it's the thud of the hangover muddling on all the things he should be feeling, turning them into what he does. He stops at Roast, the bustling coffee shop a block shy of the store. It has good muffins, halfway decent drinks, and terrible service, which is pretty much par of the course in this part of Brooklyn, and sees Vanessa working at the till. New York is full of beautiful people, actors and models moonlighting as bartenders and baristas, making drinks to cover rent until their first big break. He's always assumed Vanessa as one of those. A waifish blonde, with a small infinity symbol tattooed inside one wrist. He also assumes her name is Vanessa. That's the name on the tag pinned to her apron. But she's never actually told him. He never said anything. She has never said anything to him, for that matter, besides, what can I get you? Henry will stand at the counter, and she will ask his order and his name, even though he has been coming here 6 days a week for the last 3 years, and she's been there for 2 of them. And from the time she punches it in his flat white to the time she writes his name on the cup and calls out for the next order, she will never look at him. Her gaze will flit from his shirt to the computer to his chin, and Henry will feel like he isn't even there. That's how it always goes. Only today, it doesn't. Today, when she takes his order, she looks up. It's such a small change, the difference of 2 inches, maybe 3. But now, you can see her eyes, which are a startling blue, and the barista looks at him, not his chin. She holds his gaze and smiles. Hi there, she says. What can I get you? He orders a flat white and says his name, and that is where it ends. Then it doesn't. Fun day planned? She asks, making small talk as she writes his name on the cup. Vanessa has never made small talk with him before. Just work, he says, and her attention flicks back to his face. This time, he catches a faint shimmer, a wrongness in her eyes. It's a trick of the light, it must be, but for a second it looks like frost or fog. What do you do? She asks, sounding genuinely interested. And he tells her about the last word, and her eyes light up a little. She's always been a reader. She cannot think of anywhere better than a bookstore. When he pays for the order, their fingers brush, and she cuts him another glance. See you tomorrow, Henry. The barista says his name like she stole it, mischief tugging at her smile. And he can't tell if she's flirting until he gets his drink and sees the little black arrow she's drawn, pointing to the bottom. And when he tips it up to see, his heart gives a little thud and like an engine turning over. She's written her name and number on the bottom of the cup. At the last word, Henry unlocks the grate and the door while finishing his coffee. He turns the sign and goes through the motions of feeding book and opening the store and shelving new stock until the bell chimes, announcing his first customer. Henry winds through the stacks to find an older woman, toddling between the aisles from historical to mystery to romance and back again. He gives her a few minutes, but when she makes the loop a third time, he steps in. "Can I help you?" I don't know, she murmurs, half to herself, but then she turns to look at him, and something changes in her face. "I mean, yes, please, I hope so." There's the faintest shine to her eyes, a roomy glow, as she explains that she's looking for a book she's already read. "These days, I can't remember what I've read and what I haven't," she explains, shaking her head. "Everything sounds familiar, all the covers look the same. Why do they do that? Why do they make everything look like everything else?" Henry assumes it has to do with marketing and trends, but he knows that's probably not helpful to say. Instead, he asks if she remembers anything about it. "Oh, let's see, it was a big book. It was about life and death and history." Doesn't exactly narrow it down, but Henry is used to the lack of details. The number of people who've come in looking for something they've seen applied, able to supply nothing beyond "the cover was red," or "I think it had the word girl in the title." "It was sad and lovely," explains the old woman. "I'm sure it was set in England. Oh dear, my mind. I think it had a rose on the cover." She looks around at the shelves, rings her papery fingers together, and she's clearly not going to decide. So he does. Desperately uncomfortable, he tugs a thick historical from the nearest fiction shelf. "Was it this?" he asks, offering Wolf Hall, but he knows the moment it's in his hand that it's not the one. There's a poppy on the cover, not a rose. And there's nothing particularly sad or lovely about the life of Thomas Cromwell, even if the writing is beautiful and poignant. "Never mind," he says, already reaching to put it back on the old woman's face lights up with pleasure. "That's it!" She grabs his arm with bony fingers. "That's exactly what I was looking for." Henry has a hard time believing it, but the woman's joy is so clear that he begins to doubt himself. He's about to ring her up, and when he remembers, Atkinson, Life After Life, a book about life and death and history, sad and lovely, set in England with a twinned rose on the cover. "Wait," he says, ducking around the corner down the recent fiction aisle to retrieve the book. "Is this it?" The woman's face brightens exactly as it did before. "Yes, you clever thing, that's just the one," she says with the same conviction. "Happy I could help," he says, unsure if he did. She decides to take both books, says she's sure that she will love them. The rest of the morning is just as strange. A middle-aged man comes in searching for a thriller and leaves with 5 titles that Henry recommends. A college student comes looking for a book on Japanese mythology. When Henry apologizes for not having it, she practically trips over herself to say it's not his fault and insists on letting him order it in for her, even though she isn't sure about the class. A guy with a modeled build and a jaw sharper than a penknife comes to peruse their fantasy section, and he writes his email on the receipt beneath his signature when he pays. Henry feels off balance, the way he did when Muriel told him he looked good. It's like deja vu, and not like deja vu at all, because the feeling is entirely new. It's like April Fools, when the rules change and everything's a game, and everyone else is in on it, and he's still marveling over the last encounter, face a little flushed, when Robbie bursts in through the door, a chime ringing in his wake. "Oh my God," he says, throwing his arms around Henry, and for a moment he thinks something awful must have happened, before realizing that it already happened to him. "It's okay," says Henry, and of course it's not, but today has been so weird that everything before it feels like a damn dream. Or maybe this is the dream. If it is, he's not at all eager to wake up. "It's okay," he says again. "It doesn't have to be okay," says Robbie. "I just want you to know I'm here. I have been here I've been there last night too. I wanted to come over, and when you didn't answer your phone, but Bea said we should give you space. I don't know why I listened. I'm sorry." It comes out in a single stream of words. Robbie's grip tightens as he talks, and Henry savors the embrace. They fit together with the familiar comfort of a well-worn coat. The hug lingers a little too long. Henry clears his throat and pulls back, and Robbie gives an awkward laugh and turns away, his face catching the light, and Henry notices a fine streak of purple along Robbie's temple, right where it meets his sandy hairline. "You're glittering." Robbie scrubs half-heartedly at the makeup. "Oh, rehearsal." There's an odd shine in Robbie's eyes, a glassiness Henry knows too well, as he wonders if Robbie's on something, or if it's simply been a while since he slept. Back in college, Robbie would get so high on drugs or dreams or big ideas that he'd have to burn all the energy out of his system, and then he'd crash. The door chimes. "Son of a bitch," announces Bea, slamming her satchel down on the counter. "Ostrich-minded motherfucker." "Customers," warns Henry, even though the only one currently nearby is a deaf older man, a regular named Michael who frequents the horror section. "To what do we owe this tantrum?" asks Robbie cheerfully. Drama always puts him in a good mood. "Asshole advisor," she says, storming past him toward the art history section. They share a look and trail after her. "You didn't like the proposal?" asks Henry. Bea has been trying to get a dissertation topic approved for the better of the part of a year. He turned it down. She whips down an aisle, nearly toppling a pile of magazines. Henry follows her behind her, doing his best to ride the destruction in her wake. He said it was too esoteric, as if he'd know the meaning of the word if it blew him. "Is it in a sentence?" asks Robbie, but she ignores him, reaching up to pull out a book. "How close-minded," and another. "Stale-brained," and another. "Corpse." "This isn't a library," says Henry, as she carries the pile of the low leather chair in the corner and slumps into it, startling the orange lump of fur from between a pair of worn pillows. "Sorry, book," she mutters, lifting the cat gingerly onto the back of the old chair, where he does his best impression of an inconvenienced bread loaf. Bea continues to emit a low stream of curses as she turns the pages. "I know just what we need," says Robbie, turning toward the storeroom. "Doesn't Meredith keep a stash of whiskey in the back?" And even though it's only 3 p.m., Henry doesn't protest. He sinks onto the floor, sits with his back to the nearest shelf, legs stretched out, feeling suddenly unbearably tired. Bea looks up at him and sighs. "I'm sorry," she starts, but Henry waves her away. "Please, continue trashing your advisor and my art history section. Someone has to behave normally. But she closes the book, adds it back to the pile, and joins Henry on the floor. Can I tell you something? Her voice goes up at the end. But he knows it's not a question. I'm glad you broke it off with Tabitha. A lance of pain, like a cut across his palm. She broke it off with me. Bea waves her hand, as if that small detail doesn't matter. You deserve someone who loves you as you are. The good and the bad and the maddening.
You want to be loved. You want to be enough.
Henry swallows. Yeah, well, being me hasn't worked out so well. Bea leans toward him. But that's the thing, Henry. You haven't been you. You waste so much time on people who don't deserve you. People who don't know you because you don't let them know you. Bea cups his face, that strange shimmer in her eyes. Henry, you're smart and kind and infuriating. You hate olives and people who talk during movies. You love milkshakes and people who can laugh until they cry. You think it's a crime to turn ahead to the end of a book. When you're angry, you get quiet. And when you're sad, you get loud. And you hum when you're happy. And I haven't heard you hum in years. Her hands fall away. But I've seen you eat a shit ton of olives. Robbie comes back, holding the bottle and 3 mugs. The last words only customer toddles out, and then Robbie shuts the door behind him, turning the sign to closed. He comes and sits between Henry and Bea on the floor and uncorks the bottle with his teeth. What are we drinking to? Asks Henry. New beginnings, says Robbie, eyes still shining as he fills the cups. Okay. Next time is going to be another skip back to March 18th, 2014, so the present day, I guess you could say. But I think this is a good way to stop for today. I'm getting pretty fucking tired. I might actually just not play anything, like not play anything or do anything else. I might just gonna end here for today. Like go to sleep. Go try and get some rest. Last few days have been a bit much going on, so I need to get some rest. But oh my god, I love this book. It's so good. Great read, thank you. I'm trying. But yeah. Sir, I don't think there's anybody online really right now, so we're just gonna end here. I'm gonna try and lay down and get some sleep soon. But thank you guys for watching today. The book is amazing. I'm loving it. I'll be uploading the highlight probably in the next few days. I don't think I'm gonna do that right now. But until then, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is. And I'll see you probably probably tomorrow or Tuesday for someone near. Until then, I love you all. Have a great rest of your day. Bye bye.